How y'all doing? Y'all look good. We're a little bit behind schedule, and y'all know I'm a stickler for time, but I'm going to get over it today, and we're going to make some of that time up. But I'm just so glad and feel so full that you all could be here today. I need to thank a couple of folks, my mother and my family, for coming out and just supporting me throughout the years. Obviously, the staff, our amazing staff and board of directors, and we're going to highlight them with some special appreciations throughout the day. And you all who did not consider it robbery to take time out of your day, to take time out of the busy work that you lead in your respective lanes to come and celebrate with us today. My name is Daryl Atkinson. I am from Clyde and Willie Maud. I'm from Clyma and Bertha. See, very often we get on these stages and we act as if we've gotten here by ourselves. I am from Barbara and Alfonso, people from the deep south, the dirty, that red clay, but believed if we could just give our people a pathway, education to a better life, that we can throw the next generation just a little bit further than we are, right? Those are my people. That's what girds me up today to even be here. That's the ancestors, in my faith tradition, they call it a mini cloud of witnesses, and I know I have that watching over me, right, and guiding this work. Why SCF? And I'm going to try to explain today with a few of the reporters' questions, right? Why, how, where, and when. So let's begin with the why. Formerly incarcerated people are the sleeping giant in this country, not just to a fair and equitable criminal justice system, but to a more liberated country. We are the key. But we're bogged down with the collateral consequences of arrest and conviction. They leave us hampered, not just on our democratic aspirations, but just our human aspirations as people. What if the 19 million folks who were convicted of felonies were their own state? It'd be the 5th largest state in the country. We would produce over 25 electoral votes. We would be a civic force. Today, we're embarking on that journey that our ancestors have begun, and we're continuing, right, to find our people. We're looking for them far and wide, and we believe if we can mitigate, lessen some of those civil barriers that are bogging them down, get a few more people their driver's licenses, clear up a few more criminal records, right, relieve a few more fees and fines, that we can increase the civic power, not only of those individuals, but of the organizations that they serve. That's why we're here. That's our theory of the case. That's our why. In the state of North Carolina, through our partnership with folks like the Voter Justice Project, that's led by Mr. Desmond Meade and Al Barrentine, showing up our technology, we know we created the vote margin. Last year, Supreme Court Justice election, over 5 million votes cast, right? 5.3 million votes cast. That election was decided by less than 1,000 votes. We know we created the margin that put that person in the seat, right? Imagine us harnessing that, not just here, not just in one race, but up and down the ticket, right? Sheriffs, district attorneys, judges, them same folks who looked at your background, right, and evaluated you and determined, what kind of sentence that you was going to have, whether you was going to have probation, whether you were going to pay any fees and fines. Those same folks, now you get to look at their background. You get to look at their voting record. You get to see, are they waiving debt? Are they prosecuting young people as adults? Are they putting shackles on our folks? Or are they using this as an opportunity to people have a second chance? If they aren't, as my old sage used to say, Elmer Fudd, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. The tables would be turned, right? We would get to decide who's in those seats. That's what we're here to collectively build, y'all, so we can build a better future, not only for the people and family members who are connected to us, but for generations to come. That's our why. How will it work? We have 5 program pillars. 5 pillars that we believe that if we can offer this to the field and offer this to our movement partners, we can create and awaken that sleeping giant. Direct legal services. Our people got needs, and we got to meet some of those needs, right? So we'll be offering direct legal services. But it's going to be an even swap, no swindle. The system requires our people to do community service. We're going to require our people to do civic service. So you might have to make some phone calls. You might have to do a few one-on-ones. You might have to show up at the city council. And after you've banked that time, you get your record cleared. You get your driver's license worked out. Maybe it's a family reunification issue. Maybe you need someone to represent you at the probation violation hearing to make sure you don't get violated. So it's an even swap, no swindle. Because we know from our history of struggle, Panther Party, for example, that if you meet the material conditions of our folk, they'll run through a wall for you, right? And that's what we're trying to do. We're going to do policy advocacy, and we've done that at the highest levels here. Christy Puckett, my chief of staff, she was critical in getting the Dignity for Incarcerated Women passed in North Carolina. We both have been registered lobbyists. We know how to build coalitions, even with folks who we might not agree with all the time. Because, see, we don't have no permanent friends or permanent enemies. We got permanent interests, right? So we don't get caught up in all of that. We're trying to advance the ball for our people. We're going to do civic engagement. One of my comrades, Mr. Desmond Meade, said, policy advocacy without civic engagement is impotence. That's political impotence, because you're begging. That's all you're doing is begging, right? You aren't exerting any power. And anybody who was with us a couple of weeks ago, last week, in fact, Brother Marlon Chamberlain really helped us understand power, right? And that I'm hungry for some power. Not because I'm a bad person, because I know my people need it. Just like you hungry for food, right? You eat that food because you need it. My people need some power, so I'm hungry for power, right? And we got to get that by encouraging our people to be more civically engaged. Leadership development, that's the 4th pillar. If you're not building your replacement, what you doing, right? If you're not training up the next generation of leaders, what are you doing? You might be so enamored with your own image on a stage or being that professional panelist, right, rather than really building movement. But we're working with people who invest in leadership development, and we deeply invest in leadership development. We're launching a cohort for executives who lead organizations. Because, see, what I've learned in this work is that you got to be able to exist in 3 realms at the same time. You got to be able to do what's legal, you got to do what's moral, and you got to do what's ethical all at the same time. And when you don't, right, many of our leaders have fallen. I don't need to call out the names. You all know who they are, because either they was taking money, or they was touching on somebody that they shouldn't have, or they was enacting in a behavior that was moral and unethical, right? And it's not because our people are in any way morally decrepit. They just got to really be hammered on these are the rules of the road, and this is how you have to operate if you're going to be in leadership. So we deeply believe in leadership. And then lastly, we got to scale the movement, y'all. Movements need infrastructure. All of us shouldn't be making the same IT investments, the same legal compliance investments, the same HR and finance investments. We can do that cooperatively, right? Look, I used to say it like this back when I was in the streets. The bricks are cheaper when we put our money together. The things that we need, right, to run effective organizations, if we collectively bargain for those things together, we can get them more efficiently and we can operate more effective organizations. So those are our 5 pillars, right? Now the where. And the where is just as important as any of them. We have 3 models for our work. We go deep in the state that we're in North Carolina. We are base building and building sales of base building chapters, right? We have one in Greensboro, we have one in High Point, we have one in New Bern. Because we believe people power is the only way to change our current conditions. We have to build strong membership organizations. We have to really encourage and teach the discipline of community organizing, right? Not professional panelists, not activism, and all of those things have their place. Don't get me wrong, they do. We need all of those lanes. But the lane that we're really in partnership with and that we're partnering with people with are people who are building bases of power, right? And that has deeply influenced the organizations that we are piloting with and the organizations that we're going to be working with. So we go deep where we live in North Carolina, in states that have organizations that are value aligned with us, that see power in the same way as us. We partner with those folks on a number of levels. We can offer them IT infrastructure. We can offer them legal compliance. We can offer them on-the-ground direct legal services in the form of a lawyer in their state. And we're going to be in 3 states, Illinois, Georgia, and Tennessee. And these relationships did not form out of thin air. You know what I mean? We didn't just get here. We've been rocking together for a while, and we've been investing in each other's leadership for a while, and we've been doing good business together. See, you can't partner with everybody, because then when it's time to pay the bill, everybody don't want to pull out their checkbook. You know what I mean? You got to work with people who are effective. This is not a club. We work with folks who are effective. So at the end of the day, irrespective of your approach, if you're effective, we want to work with you. So that's the where. Finally, the when. We have 3 questions that we ask our people when we introduce them to the concept of organizing and building power. If you are not for yourself, who will be? If you are only for yourself, what are you? And if not now, when? See, there's an old adage in Scripture that says the castaway stone will be the cornerstone. All the people that this country has thrown away, that has said that they ain't worth nothing, them 19 million folks, we finna show these people what a real democracy looks like, what a real multiracial democracy in this country can function as. We're about to show them. So the castaway stone will be the cornerstone. And I invite you all, because we know we can't do it ourselves and by ourselves. I invite you all to join me, not just today, but on this ride for the rest of the time we got left. As one of my mentors says, we're going to be here till the last brick drop. I know y'all will too. Thank you for your time. We're gonna tee up this video, and I'm gonna be with you interjecting and trying to provide some lubricant to these various pillars of our work, because the panels highlight these pillars of our work. But we wanted to tee up this video that was done that explains at least some of the impetus behind some of our legal work, particularly as it relates to fees and fines. Under the cover of darkness, people often get violated because they don't have enough money to pay off their fees and fines. I've been licensed to practice law in Minnesota and North Carolina for the past 18 years. And I'm currently executive director of the Second Chance Federation, which is the national law firm for formerly incarcerated people and people with records. I've never thought of myself as exceptional. I mean, I left 100 brilliant men behind the wall, many of whom who could be right here sitting in this seat. I got caught with 5 pounds of marijuana. It's perfectly legal, and it's a whole bunch of people making a whole bunch of money off that industry, and I went to prison. The state of Alabama released me with $50 and a pair of pants and a khaki shirt. So for 6 years post-incarceration, I'm scrapping, trying to piece together back my life, working 2 jobs, going to school, and then once I get the scholarship and come up here to Minneapolis to go to law school, my mom gets that knock at the door, and then she tells me that these people are looking for me because I hadn't been paying my fine. The fine wasn't even on my radar. I wasn't thinking about it. We worked out a payment arrangement that I could stand at that particular time, but it was something that I always thought about. I don't know if my commitment to not wanting this to happen to other people would be the same if this didn't happen to me. So that's why a lot of my career choices and professional choices have been what they've been, because, you know, the fees and fines and the criminal justice system and the way it impacted my family. I want Chrissy to come up and tell me.
When I met Daryl, he had just came back from the DOJ, and he was fired up and ready to go, as was I. My name is Christy Puckett, and I'm the Chief of Staff for the Second Chance Federation. When I sit with policymakers, I try to help them understand that the average person is not unwilling to pay the fees and the fines. They are unable to. That $200 can be impossible for someone who just doesn't have it. I've been locked up a lot of times. Prisons were not designed with women and girls in mind. They were designed for men and boys. Charged me with trafficking cocaine, maintaining a dwelling, manufacturing cocaine. There's a fee to see the doctor. There's a fee for medication. I was pregnant in my last period of incarceration. I received no prenatal care. We care deeply about our children. We don't oftentimes have the resources that we need to be able to parent our children successfully. And I would say the communication fees are probably the biggest ones, because a connection to the outside world is the biggest thing. And so being able to stay connected to your family, sometimes including your children, is important to people. It definitely was important to me. It can be very expensive. And it wasn't just me paying fees. My friends, my family also paid fees. So it's a huge impact on your family, because you feel like you can't really have the American dream. In Daryl's story, he was released after 4 years, but spent 24 years paying back money to the state of Alabama under threat of arrest and incarceration for every missed payment, as if the loss of liberty was not punishment enough. Why did I sit in your cage if you're still going to charge me money? Castillo, Amir Law. But why we gotta have tragedy before we get some damn hope? I feel like that's a flawed, like.
The loss of liberty is the sanction. Adding anything on top of that is overkill and unnecessary, and you're not setting people up for success. When 95% of the people who are incarcerated are gonna get out and gotta re-enter our communities, and they enter our communities economically hampered, and they have a felony record, you've almost created a permanent underclass. We have to change the way that we are funding our court system. Our user-based pay system that we're trying to have primarily fund the courts, it does not work, and it doesn't bring the taxpayer dollars in of everyone to properly fund this system. That's what needs to be done so we don't have to rely on fees and fines to fund the court system.
I'm very blessed to be able to sit here today and work in an industry where we're helping other people achieve some of what we've been able to achieve. I'm excited for the Second Chance Federation to be the beacon of hope for people who are currently incarcerated. My hope is that the work that we do continues to inspire them to do good, to fight for their own freedom, because they know they have a political home when they come home.
All right, y'all, we're about to roll into our first panel, Community Organizing from Individual Need to Collective Power. SCF was built on a foundational truth. Individual need left unaddressed collectively becomes systemic injustice. This panel explores how grassroots organizing transforms personal experiences with the criminal legal system into collective power building, local chapters, mobilizing voters, and cultivating communities of accountability that sustain the movement long beyond any single campaign or election cycle. Our panelists bring together lived experience and proven strategy to show what it looks like when those most harmed by a broken system become its most powerful architects of change. Our moderator, Mr. Jason Hicks, is the perfect example of moving up the ladder of engagement and building leadership. 3 or 4 years ago, Jason was minding his own business, making a good salary as a machinist, right? Running the shop, right? Wasn't thinking about movement work. One of his childhood friends gets murdered by the police, flips the switch, right? He starts coming to protests, meets Christy Puckett, develops under her leadership. Now Jason is running chapters, launching chapters all across the state and the Southeast, right? We build leaders. We unwake the leadership that's already there, really. We really ain't building nothing. These folks already know how to lead. We're just awakening, helping them flip a switch, right? And now he's going to moderate this panel with other amazing leaders from across the country. Miss C.C. Crawford, and when I call your name, you all please come up. Miss Rosalind Calhoun and Mr. Marlon Chamberlain.
All right, y'all. My name is Jason Hicks. As Daryl stated, I'm the senior organizer with Second Chance Federation. And I'm excited and honored to be moderating this panel on organizing. Our panel today is, we're joined by C.C. Crawford, Program Director with American Friends Service Committee of North Carolina, Rosalind Calhoun, Reentry and Partnership Coordinator with BARD Business, and Marlon Chamberlain, Executive Director of the Illinois Coalition to End Permanent Punishment. And before we get into the questions, I just want to name that we won't be taking questions. There won't be a Q&A at the end of this panel, and that's intentional because we believe the foundation to organizing is relationships. And I think it's important that we take some time to hold space today to stay connected and build throughout the day. So if you have questions, I encourage you to introduce yourselves, ask your questions directly, and invest in the conversations that can grow beyond this moment. So with that, we'll get started. So our first question, we'll start with Marlon, is many organizing efforts start with one person trying to solve a personal problem. Can you share an example of how an individual need or experience turned into a collective effort in your work?
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. So my journey in this work started in 2012. I was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison, and in 2010, the Fair Sentencing Act passed and was made retroactive that reduced my sentence from 20 to 14. And so I had an opportunity to see a lot of folks get immediate release and go home immediately. So coming out the system, I met someone who introduced me, who invited me to a meeting. And when I went to the meeting, I walked in the room and it was 20 or 25 directly impacted people strategizing on how they were going to change the hiring practices of Walgreens. And what they did was they worked with reentry organizations and they sent over 100 overqualified people with master's degrees, bachelor degrees into Walgreens, and none of us were called even for an interview. And so what they did was they leveraged the relationships they had with the Cook County board president, and Danny Davis to where we met with the president of Walgreens, and long story short, they ended up changing their hiring practices. This was my introduction to organizing work. So beyond that, we kept working, and at the time, we expanded ceiling expansion from 3 convictions to 9, and then it went from 9 to, in 2017, we introduced the largest ceiling bill at the time in the country, which expanded eligibility for a lot of people. And I say this because when I started in this work, the organizing culture was different. And so it was always about us. It was never about an individual. But what I've seen and learned as we've traveled across the state of Illinois is that as we've like met people, we hear one common theme. And that common theme was, my record is still an obstacle. And so that has been sort of the glue that has kept us in terms of keeping this sort of us mentality and knowing that collectively we win.
Absolutely. Thank you. Rosalind, would you like to answer that question as well?
Yes, good morning. My name is Rosalind Calhoun. I started this work by being incarcerated. I worked as a reentry facilitator, and I knew that I wanted to come home and do the same thing because I knew so many people needed the help when I watched them come through the system. So my best friend that I met inside, Bridget Simpson, opened up an organization and was like, soon as you come home, you are coming right here. So working with justice impacted people, as they walk in, they're walking in already broken, already facing barriers for needing housing, for needing employment. So they're walking in already needing the help when it's just them by themselves. But when you start to have those deep conversations with them and letting them know that, you know, either you have the same story or you're not by yourself, those conversations, they start to lead to just something that makes them shift and seeing that, okay, if you're doing this work and you're helping, they start to even see the changes that need to even be made in the system. So they start not coming just for the need, they come then now starting to be a part of the system, a part of the change that you're trying to make. And then when they see that they can actually be a part of that change, like their voice is making a difference, you know, they change from coming in to just wanting a need to being a part of wanting to be an organizer, to being a part of that collective work. So from an individual coming in for just one thing, it changes to a collective thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll also give Cece an opportunity to answer as well.
So my name is Cecily Crawford. Everyone just calls me Cece. I am the program director for American Friends Service Committee. I work for the Quakers. However, before that, I was a single mother raising a child because my partner went to jail and then to prison for crack cocaine. So struggling in low-income housing where everything is falling apart, where you are trying to protect your children from pests, that was my experience, and it pissed me off. And so I started talking to other mothers who were in units near me. And so anytime that you band together with people who are fighting the same issue that you are organizing. So now I work with tenants who are fighting slumlords to make sure that their units are livable. And one of the things that we run across are people with ankle bracelets, people that need their housing to be stable and healthy for them to be able to stay on the outside. One of the most inspiring tenants that I've worked with is Anita Washington. I recently took her to Philadelphia to talk to white Quakers about what this experience is like and the fact that they don't need to helicopter in to save us, that they need to help to make sure that there are tools for us to fall back on and to fight with. Anita is formally justice involved. She's a veteran. She's from New York. She ended up staying in housing that was run by a notorious slumlord that actually caused the death of 5 Congolese children in their units and never faced any kind of prosecution. She fought back with legal aid, which we helped to make sure is funded, and then she started to help other tenants. Now she's a tenant leader, and she is helping other tenants to fight back. So it's possible. Every time you band together and open your mouth, you are organizing too.
Absolutely. The next question I'll pose to Rosalind first. Trust is often broken in communities impacted by mass incarceration. What have you found actually builds trust and keeps people engaged long enough to move from participation to leadership?
Building trust, it really is when you've already lost trust from the system and you've been let down time and time and time again. Building trust really takes consistency and honesty. At that point, you want to make sure that you are not promising anything that you cannot deliver on. You want to make sure that you are saying what you can do and follow through with it, because folks are already broken from promises not being kept. And you want to be able to center folks in spaces, create spaces for them that are just trauma-informed. You want to make sure that you connect them with folks who are able to support them, to hear their stories, to know that they are in a safe place where they are not being judged. That is something that we do monthly in our monthly meetings. We make sure that we bring together communities to be able to support each other, hear from each other, know that they are in amongst of those with all like-minded situations. And then that starts people to be able to want to engage, because you don't want them to feel like they are just a participant. No, they have to be a part of the work. And once they feel like they're a part of the work and they know that their voices are being heard, that they're being seen, they're being heard, and they're even being listened to, that's how relationships start. Because it doesn't start in just one meeting. You don't get that trust in just that one meeting. You have to build that relationship. And that relationship over time with transparency, with consistency, that's what builds real relationships and real trust with folks.
Thank you. Marlon, would you like to answer?
Absolutely. I love this question, and I'm going to keep it 100 this morning. A lot of the trust breakdown for me was the organizations I worked for when I came home. And I say that to say, I'm gonna tie this in, but when I first came home, started a painting company and was doing well. Like, I met somebody in the federal system who gave me an opportunity to start my own company. He saw I was good with people, so he let me build out 2 crews that was making good money. And I started off volunteering, and when I would show up to events, I would shut down the work site and say, hey, I'm gonna pay y'all to the end of the day, but I need y'all to show up to these events. So people started taking notice, like, man, who do you work for? I'm like, I don't work for nobody. I got my own business. And I was naive. So what I ended up doing was I left this lucrative business to do this. And at the time, my salary was only $35,000. But I wasn't tripping because I have this business. I fell in love with the work, let the business go, but in 3 years in, we had been winning, organizing, and then they started asking me to sit in meetings with foundations where I'm hearing them ask for $500,000, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm getting 35, and y'all asking me to run around the state and do all this work without a budget. I'm using my own money, so I left. I got frustrated, left, went and started doing violence prevention work. Did that for 3 years, came back, went to an organization, the Safer Foundation, built out a statewide table during the pandemic, and then went back to them and said, I need money to now take it to the next level. They kept stalling me out, so I left. Went to another organization. They mismanaged a bunch of money, and then I started my own. Because what I realized was that we have to be the architects of what we're building. Because as Rosalind just stated, the only way we build real trust with our people and do the things that Rosalind just laid out is we have to be the ones that do it. Because people know me, they know my track record. And to Rosalind, what Rosalind mentioned, trust is built over time. So we keep our word, and I'm not trying to manipulate people. If I ask you for turnout and you say I'm gonna turn out 100 people, I'm gonna push back. Like, bro, you know you got a job and you can't turn out no 100 people. Let's be realistic. So I think we have to be the ones to take the lead on this and stop expecting other folks who continue to exploit and tokenize us in the name of criminal justice. We have to be the owners of this.
That's good. That's good. I'll pose the next question to Cece. What strategies have helped move people from showing up for help to showing up to organize?
So we get a lot of folks, as you can imagine, in tenant organizing who they show up because they need the help, right? They're facing an eviction. We're working with legal aid. We're working with them to hold slumlords accountable. And then they get help, and then they're like, thank you, peace. And so one of the things is we had to look outside of just the impacted folks. But let me start with, anytime you're organizing, it should be grassroots, not grass tops. What that means in plain language is it starts with the people. You shouldn't go in with the ego of thinking that you have all of the answers. It has to start with the folks that you are working with. The second thing is yeah, you have to bring them along, right? A lot of people that are dealing with these issues themselves, they're worried about, keeping their families housed. They're not thinking about their neighbors. They're not thinking about their friends that are going through this. You've got to build that relationship with them to help them understand that it is easier to get what we want together than it is by yourself. And so we started with faith community. We had pastors, we had reverends come along. We got Reverend back there, CJ, that is a part of a lot of the work that is done in Greensboro. What we did is we also talked to landlords about what their stake is in this. And believe it or not, they're a part of our coalition in making sure that we change the way that the justice system works around evictions. We brought in the tenants, the landlords, the faith community. We brought in other grassroots organizations. And people felt a part of something. And they could see the power that they are building. And so then we started to go back to the tenants and ask, what do you want? How do you want to do this? Who wants to speak? We shouldn't be the ones doing the speaking. They should be the ones doing the speaking. That's how you start to build that solidarity. That's how you start to bring people in. And then you got to win. So then you got to do your research, and you've got to know what it is that you are asking for. You go up there running and yelling and screaming about something, you have no idea what you're talking about. The policy can't be done, it can't be held, or it might be preempted, because this is a Dillon's real estate, learn what that is. But if you don't know what you're talking about, you are setting folks up to fail. You talk about trust, keep losing. You're gonna lose the trust, right? Our large coalition went to the city and we asked for money to keep legal aid in the courthouse to help make sure people aren't being evicted. We got it, $440,000 from the city of Greensboro to support legal aid, right? Then we said, let's try. We want $1.5 million for rental assistance. We got it. $1.47 million for rental assistance, right? Anyone who's getting help with legal aid can get that rental assistance. We knew what we were asking for. We read the budget, we knew where the money was, and we brought the folks who were impacted by that issue. That's what organizing is, bringing people into power to speak truth to power, but also knowing what the hell you're talking about.
So I go to Rosalind. Can you share a concrete organizing win that started with people directly impacted and led to a policy change, system reform, or institutional accountability?
I would say our protected class. Our protected class, it's, as Daryl had mentioned earlier, the collateral consequences. There are 44,000 collateral consequences. And what the protected class does is it protects formerly incarcerated people from being discriminated against with housing, with employment. And in 2022, Barred Business helped to pass ordinance, the first city in Atlanta where protected class has been passed. Formerly incarcerated people are a protected class, and we push back. We push back now on those restrictions to make sure that the laws are enforced. And now it is also being modeled not just locally, but nationally. So Barred Business leads the organizations, a coalition of different grassroots organizations, legal advocacies, and also other organizations and leaders who are doing the work in over, I think, 13 states now. So in 13 states, a protected class network, which we're gonna make sure we get y'all to sign the petition.
I pose the same question to Marlon, please.
So I have two. One is in 2023, my father passed away and appointed me the executor over his estate. And at the time, Illinois had a law that prohibited individuals with arrest or conviction records from acting as the executor over an estate. And so we also found within our base that a lot of our folks were the next kin or the only family member that could handle their loved one's affair. And so we instantly went into organizing mode. We introduced the bill. It took us 2 years, but we were able to pass the FREE Act, which removed that barrier. So now over 600,000 people won't have to worry about being able to carry out the wishes of their loved ones. And then the second one was definitely clean slate because we just fought hard. And I called Desmond. I see he just stepped out the room, but I called Desmond the other day because I read Desmond's book before I met Desmond. And I started riding around the state because I saw Desmond sort of lay out the blueprint that he did that led him where he was. And so a lot of our wins now are the fruit that is being produced from us riding around the state, building trust and organizing. But clean slate was definitely like the number one because so many folks across the state contributed, organized, called their electeds, like it was just in terms of like the directly impacted leadership that was invested in that campaign was just, it was amazing.
Thanks so much for that. I'll pose this final question to all three of you, and I'll begin with Cece. If someone in another city wanted to replicate what you've built, what are the key ingredients they would need?
So we do three things. The first thing is the tenant organizing, right? So you need to have folks who live in the community that have already started to build trust with the people that are going to be organized. That's the first thing. Make sure that you are pulling people out of the community to help lead the work. The second thing that we do is we have a court watch. We actually bring in pre-law students from local HBCU, North Carolina A&T State University, Aggie Pride. And one of the things that, it's one, to have them be introduced to the system in which they will work, but it is also to make sure that they understand there are other ways that they can implement the degree that they will be getting, right? A lot of them are thinking it's going to be very transactional, and they don't understand the impact to the people that they will be practicing law with. And so that can be done anywhere. One of the things that we did this weekend was we, like I said, presented to Quakers, white Quakers, the impact of housing across Greensboro and Guilford County. The biggest feedback was this is happening everywhere. And so the organizing, the court watch, that can be, and we help anyone start these, that can be done anywhere. The biggest part of our work is the policy work, right? The tenant organizing is the foundation. The court watch is the tool to give us the receipts, right? We see what's happening. Here's the data. Here's our data. But the policy comes out of both of those. And that's something that anyone can do. I mean, I didn't go to Chapel Hill or George Washington to move policy. I've learned by the work that I've done, and you will too. And anyone that wants to do what we do, I put it out there right now, we'll help you wherever you're coming from. Because that's the last thing is, when you figure out how to work the system, don't be a gatekeeper. Help other people.
I like that, how she put that, do not be a gatekeeper, because in this work, it can be so competitive, and it is not supposed to be. It is supposed to be the time that we come together. And these regions that are having these clicked up things going on, this work is, we are all trying to get free, amen? Are we not? We are all trying to get free. So the coming together has to happen. Okay, I'm gonna get off my soapbox with that, but y'all heard me. We do every month what's called Know Your Rights. It's something that we do monthly to make sure that folks are knowing their rights. We have attorneys come on who are really able to give you that opportunity to ask the questions that you need to ask. That is our space where no one is judged, because folks don't know just from little simple things of a traffic stop. They don't know their rights from someone knocking on their door. And we need to be able to share that across with everyone. So we do that monthly. It helps. We get so much feedback from folks coming and saying, wow, I just didn't know that. Oh, I'm going to be on next month. And they share with each other, so that continues to go on. So I encourage you to make sure that you are continuing to empower and educate your people, your community. Like I spoke about, the protected class, there are so many people who are being discriminated against with housing, with employment, and even some going to school. They're being discriminated against. So we are looking for folks to model that same ordinance so that you can begin to push it in your state. We are looking for it, and it doesn't happen at once, but we encourage you to contact us. Please, contact us. We have no problem. We ain't gatekeepers. We're going to give you everything that we have. So we encourage you that anything that you see that Barred Business is doing, please reach out, because we want to be able to reach as many as we can. Because, again, we are all here trying to do the same thing. So I encourage you to just replicate what we are doing, and we'll continue to keep it moving.
I would say we did a research project, and I want to say this. They are not collateral consequences. And the reason why I say that is because collateral suggests that these laws were accidental, and they were not. They are a policy choice, and we call them permanent punishments because that is what they are. But what we would love to share is we did a research project where we scrubbed every statute in code in Illinois. And so I have a Airtable of every statute in Illinois that creates a permanent punishment. And the reason that we did that was because we wanted to know, how have they been operationalized? What agencies are the board that gives oversight? Like, we wanted to learn the ins and outs of these actual permanent punishments so that we could figure out a wholesale way of addressing them. We had a lot of success in Illinois, but what we figured out is that at the pace we were moving, we would be doing this work for the rest of our lives if we continue doing the piecemeal approach. And so the purpose of doing the research project is so that you can begin to think about how can we do this in a way where it's wholesale. For us, we're aiming to make Illinois the first state with no lifetime restrictions, but we're building towards that. So we're building towards 28, 29, and the question that we're asking people is, why is it that an individual with a 5th-degree theft charge has the same consequences as somebody who's been convicted as a serial killer? Doesn't make sense. And we also have replaced I'm running into obstacle and barriers with the actual language. I can't be on the premises of a bingo game because of this statute. I can't be the executive over my estate because of this statute. So we're equipping people with the actual language so they're explaining to people. And what we've also learned is that only 30% of the statutes in Illinois are permanent. The other 70, there's no like clear mechanism on how you're restored. So either you as the individual are responsible to figure it out, and then the agencies are confused because if you had a 10-year waiting period, what do you do when your 10 years is up? You don't get anything in the mail saying, hey, you've been restored to do A, B, and C. So we're learning the process so that we can become educators to not just the legislators, but also to community. So that's a piece, and you can launch a release, like a research report, really explaining and educating the community about how these barriers are actually showing up and hindering people. I would also say we have a 3-year strategic plan to meet with all 177 of our elected officials. In each one of those meetings, the goal is not the same. Some is to move somebody from opposition to neutral. We've invested a lot of time in the Republican spokesman on the floor, and just Wednesday, he threw us an assist. Like he connected the dots on a permanent punishment that was related to a person becoming a notary republic. But he said on the floor, is this an example of a permanent punishment? So now he's helping us or has become an ally because of the work and the relationship building that we've invested. So we plan to meet with all 177 over the next 3 years. We've identified that there's 382 media outlets. Over 3 years, we want to meet with all of them so that we can work on changing the narrative. There's 82 college institutions that have criminal justice programs that we want to meet with in over 3 years. So a lot of our goals, we've learned the way that, and I hate to say this, but folks in power play the long game. And we're learning now how to play the long game and using things that really build us towards where we're trying to go. I'll close with this. We introduced a task force bill, a permanent punishment task force bill that passed the House this week. And the goal for us is the General Assembly is going to look at all of the research that we've done. We're going to educate them, and then they're going to make a recommendation on what we should do with these thousands of permanent punishments. And we're using that to set us up for 28 and 29 to say we want to create pathways for everyone to be free. Now, depending on your conviction, your pathway may look different, but the goal is to get it to where everybody has a pathway to be free. And we would love to share this with folks across the country because it's led by us and the focus is on us and developing us in different aspects of the work.
Thank you all so much. Remember, we're going to take a picture real quick, but let's hear it one more time for all of our panelists.
Awesome job, awesome job. Our organizing panel started us off on an amazing tone. Now we're moving to leadership development. developing the people who sustain the movement, right? Movements are only as strong as the leaders that they develop. This panel examined what it means to invest deeply in the people most impacted by the criminal legal system, equipping them with the skills, networks, and frameworks to lead organizations, shape public policy, inspire the next generation of justice champions. Our panelists represent a range of pathways, from grassroots organizing to workforce development, from community-based nonprofits to state government. I served in government, and government doesn't have to be our enemy. We need good people in those institutions to be able to help shape programs and policies that work for our people. It's our responsibility to hold them accountable. Together, this panel will illuminate the practice and promise of building power from the inside out. Now, I didn't tell you all or give this disclaimer. I'm from a Judeo-Christian faith perspective, and I'm used to call and response, so I appreciate if you all would engage with me, right? Where there's people, there's what? Power. Where there's people, there's what? Power. And where there's power, the people need it. All right, so we're gonna kick off this next panel, Leadership Development. I'm gonna bring up Dr. Charlene Sinclair. And folks, this is our board chair. The reason why I love Dr. Sinclair is not only does she trust in visionary leadership, she holds visionary leadership accountable. She's gonna be rigorous, right? And this is practice point 101 for building your organization. You want board members who believe in your vision, but you don't want rubber stamps. You need people who are gonna hold you to account to make sure you are practicing in those three fears, right? Doing what's legal, doing what's moral, doing what's ethical. This sister is gonna hold me to account while also holding visionary leadership. And I don't know if you all heard when Bree told the story of protected class. When they first initiated that endeavor, not very many people believed that it could be effective. To be a visionary means that you see stuff that sometimes other people can't see, right? It took Noah a long time to build that boat that was the size of a football field, and it hadn't rained for a long time, and then people was calling him crazy. Sometimes you got to be willing to step out on faith, and you need board members who can believe in that vision, who can hold that vision with you while at the same time demanding that you build the corporate infrastructure to be successful. Make sure you do that, and I know that I've done that with Dr. Sinclair. Dr. Sinclair, I'm going to ask you to come up and introduce the rest of your panelists. Thank you so much for being here today.
All right, good morning. I'm going to ask the panelists to come up. I want them to be able to use their own voice to introduce themselves. So if we can have Trilletta Banks, Reverend Philip Cooper, and Jeremy White come on up. We're going to start with the first question to have you introduce yourself. Where is Sister Trilletta? She's not here today. She's running behind. All right, then we're going to make sure her voice gets in here at some point. All right? That means I got more time with y'all. Y'all in trouble. Sit, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. I'm not comfortable with a podium. Jason modeled, and I'm just like, dang, Jason, why don't you sit down? So now I got to stand up and do this thing because you done modeled something. I got to listen to you. So we're going to start. I'm going to have you introduce yourselves. I'm going to set up framing first, right, because we're talking about leadership development. And I'm going to use some of the words that Daryl used earlier because so many of us, we are named leaders simply because we've experienced some horrific things. And so one of the things that we're clear about is that you are not an expert and a leader in change. You are an expert and a leader in the misery you've encountered. And what we need to do is to build the knowledge to enable us to effectively lead and transform structures. And so these gentlemen will actually talk about some of that journey, because at Second Chance Federation, we believe that leadership is a practice and a discipline. So these questions are going to try to pull out their journey towards practice and discipline, okay? So I'm going to start with the big Rev here, okay? And remember, introduce yourself and then into the question. And so I'm also a Judeo-Christian. Had a conversation with the Rev. He talked about Jesus turning over the tables. And so we're going to start with that question. We're going to talk about the idea that people think that leadership is just about flipping tables and disrupting environments, right? That don't necessarily lead you to change. Now, how does your leadership journey help you do strategic table flipping towards change?
All right, so they call me Big Rev today. Yeah, but Reverend Philip Cooper, they call me Coop, actually. And I want to say God is good. You know, anytime I'm on a panel, anytime I have an opportunity to talk about leadership, you know, they counted me out. You know, I was selling dope, gang banging, on the drugs, you know, can't get right. But glory be to God, because, you know, if it had not been for the Lord on my side, I would have lost my mind. And I did lose my, And I actually did lose my mind, and I take medication to help me keep my mind.
All right.
Yeah, I'm one of them reverends that will talk about mental health too, that part. You know, because in the Bible it says you would do even greater things, and I believe a part of those greater things was the invention of the light bulb and medication. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, as it relates to table flipping and strategy, you know, I had to give honor to the Lord, but I also want to thank the Lord for sending me people like Christy and Daryl that he put into my life, because living in Western North Carolina, it ain't many people like me. You know, everybody want to play it safe. Then they get into the positions, and then they become gatekeepers. They forget where they come from. You know, it's poverty pimps, you know, and I'm not a hustler. You know, I'm one for the people, because I can't go to the gym. I can't go to the church. I can't go nowhere without having somebody that needs some help. You know, some people say, you need to learn how to say no, Philip. Well, that ain't how God wired me. So I stay prayed up. And with that being said, you know, I worked inside of government jobs, you know, on the grants, being pimp, like my man was talking about, like, and then I seen how much money they were paying me versus how much money I had brought in, you know. So rocking with people like Christy and Daryl, they helping me learn how to talk in some of these rooms, and even inviting me to the rooms. Because, you know what I'm saying, from Western North Carolina, you see a whole bunch of white folks that be in Raleigh. You don't see the black people represented in Raleigh. So like Michael Jackson say, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. And so whenever Christy messed around and invited me to this statewide reentry council collaborative, she already knew I was going to turn up too. And so I did just that. And table flipping had to be a part of what I did, especially working inside of those governmental jobs. And it took me seeing, as my brother had said, like what I was getting paid versus what money was coming in. And I invested some time. I got my sister Keita in here. We went through that Leading with Conviction together with Just Leadership USA. And many of y'all might know Lester Young. And so he was one of the coaches I was working with. And he was helping me understand, like, bro, are you looking at the numbers? Bro, did you look at that grant? Bro, you know, and the next thing you know, I came alive. And I start flipping tables. So let's talk about how to do it strategically. It has to happen. And I'm him. And what has to happen is I have to be in communication with the people who can partner and go into the boardrooms, because I got to go flip the tables, piss them off, raise awareness for every single person in the room, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is really happening. And then the people who I done called out, they ain't gonna never want to partner with me because I done called them out. So that means I got to have somebody strategically that is going to be able to go into the boardroom and pick up where I left off. But don't forget where you come from.
Right.
Because see, what happens is you will have them people that go in to pick up where I left off, and then they start being all about being in the room. Oh, my gosh, I'm in the room. I want to be in the room forever. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bruh. You got to remember where you came from, because you get all of the information. We got the intel, and then we build our own thing. We become our own architects. Right. But we ain't going to do that, because they'll pit us against each other if you get one of the wrong people in the room.
All right. So you got a lot of incredibly powerful things to say, and you're a reverend, so I'm going to have some rules. So when I say Yeah, that means okay, clap. So we can have, yeah, all right, yeah. All right, Jeremy.
Yes, thank you. When I started off as a Free the Vote fellow with Free Hearts, coming out of prison after serving 22 years, and to give you perspective, I went in at 19 and came out when I was 41 post-pandemic in Nashville. And I met Dawn Harrington at a clemency hearing for my co-defendant, who's currently still incarcerated, Octavia Cartwright, serving 91 years. And in that clemency hearing, I stood up and spoke to the board and spoke loud about not just freeing Octavia, but more importantly, the lesson that I learned about what systemic oppression really is, how it impacts people of color. More importantly, being a white male in an all formerly incarcerated Black and brown women-led organization, learning not just to sit in discomfort, but more importantly, what can I do to be a tool, to be a weapon, to really be that force in an organization that is not only respecting the space of those women, but respecting this movement. So when I came home, our strategic was I'm Mr. Bump Down. Shout out to Keita, to Dawn, to the entire Free Hearts organization, because it's clear that when we got to flip the table, we need to get in the room, and not just get in the room, but make sure that our people are coming behind us when we going into the room. I first had my organizing training with Daryl and Christy a couple of years ago, and something has always stuck with me. Daryl said, you measure what you care about. And that stuck with me ever since. But more importantly, as we build this strategic movement in Tennessee, we're being intentional about not just how we flipping them tables, but how we're flipping legislation, how we're communicating across the state of Tennessee, how we're building regional bases, how we're going into the community, going into the rural areas, and really making significant impact across the state of Tennessee. Thank you.
Keep that mic up, yeah, because we're gonna come back this way.
Okay.
Because as a white man that can enter rooms and people assume you have not been impacted, how has your leadership training enabled you to stand with integrity in this movement?
I think in large part, it's been an experience for me I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I grew up, I'm born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. I have a lot of experience in spaces, and I'll say Black experience, but I'm not Black, right? I'll never understand what that experience is like. But what I have experienced is systemic incarceration. What I have saw is systemic racism. What I continue to see is that a woman who is in prison for a crime I committed, still behind bars. What I do see is that as a white male in this space, I have to take the torch, and I have to say to myself, if you're really about reconciliation, restoration, if you're really about that life, then you need to stand on business when you're walking into a room. And I think more importantly is don't code switch. Don't code switch. Don't switch up just because you around the white folks and you in the state capitol. Sorry, I very much am. But I say that with a lot of grace, and I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way, because I love who I am and where I come from. I'm only speaking truth to power, because for me, I lived that. I have that lived experience and saw both spectrums. And so my thing is just to support where I can, be in spaces where I'm supposed to be, and elevate it when I can, and reciprocate as much as I can.
Thank you. So, Coop, I'm going to ask that question of you, and with this piece around relationships, because we talked about the importance of relationships, what does it mean for you to enter into the room and be able to capture a room, but still be in right relationship so that it's not just you elevated as a part of your leadership?
Well, I understand the assignment now, but early on, I used to get pissed off when I would be going off in a room and nobody else would speak up. And then as soon as it's a break, as soon as it's over, you got a line of people coming up to you like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for what you said. That was so powerful. And then I had to do one of the things that I learned when I went through leading with conviction. One of the things Lester taught me through that LPI was enable others to act. And so I start empowering them with information, education, stats, data, talking points, and spending time with them outside of the work. Let's go get coffee. Let's do something, because I need you to know who I am as a man of God. I love to preach, and I like to use words sometimes. Watch me walk. And if we can build relationships like that based off of you saying what my values are, then you're going to be like, man, you a whole lot human being. Father, you a husband. You're a pretty amazing human being. How dare the system oppress you? But you got to know who I am. And it's got to be genuine quality time, not just because we going for no grant, but it's got to be times when we together and you just together with, because we worshiping the Lord together. We going to a Brandon Lake concert in Charlotte. It's Sunday night, by the way. But, but doing things like that, true quality time, so you can know who I really am.
Mm-hmm. I love the idea of watch me walk. And so what I'd like you to talk about is a moment in your leadership where you had to do the walk, but it was tough.
Every day.
Give me an example. I want some specificity.
Well, I'm a person in long-term recovery from co-occurring disorders. So for the behavioral health professionals that's in the room, y'all know what I'm talking about. For those that ain't, that means I'm in recovery. I've been clean and sober since January 16, 2009. So I'm off the dope, yes. God did, but I still wrestle with some mental health challenges, and so there was a time when I was off meds because preachers in the pulpit were saying things about you need the gospel, you don't need a pill, the only pill you need is the gospel, you know what I'm saying, and I rebuked them, you know what I'm saying, because for me I came off my mental health meds because I felt like an outcast. But then my daughter died in 2024, my 10-year-old. And they had people around at my house around the clock so they didn't have to put me into the psych ward. And I went back on my medication, and I have to walk with that. She just died January the 23rd, 2024 at 10:38 a.m. She was 10. You feel me? That's why I got 2024 tatted on my face and a big cross, because that's my clergy collar. But it's hard to walk in grief. But as it relates to relationships and other things and being a leader, I have to practice the recovery principles of 12 steps that I have learned. And I have to apply those principles daily. That's the blessing about being in recovery from addiction. It's like a lot of us, we go to church basements for meetings. And we learn how to live amongst all of our people in the world. And I have to apply those principles every day. I'm a certified peer support specialist. I'm in recovery. But my job ain't my recovery. I have to practice these principles on and off the clock. You see, wherever y'all from, y'all probably got peer recovery support specialists, peer support specialists, and some people think they think their job is their recovery. Nah, homie, because soon as something go wrong at that job, what you gonna do about your recovery? Mm-hmm. And so every day I have to practice the spiritual principles that I learned in the 12 steps.
Thank you. I wanna follow that up a little bit, starting with you, Jeremy, because so much Darryl talked about. The stones that have been cast aside, remnants, basically. But because of that, our lives are so unstable, very destabilized, and in crisis constantly. How do you lead in and through crisis? How does your training enable you to lead in and through crisis?
That's a really good question.
Thank you.
And I would say that as a coach, I'm also an alumni success coach with the Tennessee Higher Education Initiative. I serve in the State Office of Reentry in Tennessee, and I've been with Free Hearts now. In March, it'll be a full 5 years with Free Hearts. And I went from being that Free the Vote fellow to an advocate and trainer to now the PD Hub manager. and we see when people are in direct crisis. And a lot of times, it's really difficult to sit with families who are actively in the criminal legal system battling with that system, trying to really just save their loved one from spending the rest of their lives in that system. When you have mothers who sit on a call, a participatory defense call, and they're sharing with you the grief, the turmoil, what the system is doing to the family unit, what it's doing to the community, more importantly, what it's doing to the individual that it's impacting in that space, in that moment. The crisis in that situation is, how do we give back to that family the full support that they need in that moment? Direct service. What does that one-on-one look like? How can we be that touch point for that family, not only to provide support at the court level, but also at any other space? So we look at, how can we give them direct services? How can we bring them into the free hub? How can we give them the kind of support that they need, that in that moment they feel like that they have someone there in their lives? And I'm gonna tell you, as a male in that space, listening to Black and brown women who are currently and actively fighting for their children's lives in the legal system, is tough. It's a tough conversation to have, and really be that support. What I'm surprised about is that we as a leader, coming, learning from Don, learning from Daryl, learning from Christy, learning from you, learning from a lot of people in this room over the last 5 years of being home, is that we should see more people in this movement. We should see more people activated. We should see more people in the community caring about one another when we're having these conversations, not just when we're in these rooms. When we leave the room and we're on these calls and we're having meetings and we're getting together, I don't need you just to talk about it. I need you to be about it. And I don't need you just in a town hall. I need you when we saying we gonna be at the state capitol. I don't need you just to be a state saying, hey, come to our state. No, you come to our state. So I think in these moments when we're thinking about strategically crisis level, we have to be strategic in our state about how we're concerned about our people in our community. And if we really care about us, we have to come out, not stay in.
Right. So I want to do two questions, almost back to back, but I want to follow this leadership one because I really want to dig in to the question of your own development. And so at what point, what was the epiphany moment when you're like, damn, I'm a leader? Like the weight of that. Because if it wasn't weight, then it probably, you ain't got nobody else. So go ahead, start, Coop.
Well, I just did a post on my LinkedIn. If you're on LinkedIn, connect with me. If you don't have a LinkedIn, get one made and get you a headshot right outside, because that is a way for us to definitely stay connected. But I did a post talking about, how team success is more important than individual success. And I had to understand that assignment and enable others to act. Leadership development, when there was opportunities to go through professional developments, cohorts, like I said, the Leading with Convictions and others, I had to get more help, because if they make you the answer, they'll throw you away when you burn out. You know what I'm saying? And they will make you the answer. Be careful now. They'll make you the answer. And as soon as you're tired, it's a wrap. They don't care nothing about it, And so for me, it looked like getting people the trainings that they need, making sure people taking care of their recovery. Because like if you was in prison, if you ain't recovered from nothing else, you recover from post-incarceration syndrome. And it might not be in the diagnostical statistical manual yet, but it's a real thing. It's a lot of y'all won't let nobody sit behind you to this day. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of y'all right now, if somebody want to give you something, you don't know if you won't take it from them. What you giving me that for? Because we had to live that life, and so for me, I got to make sure that people take care of their recovery, because a person that ain't prepared to come into this movement, and I've seen this happen recently, they start shining. And if you're not ready within and you start shining, it turns into ego. And in recovery, I learned that ego stands for edging God out. And I can't do this work without God, because if it ain't God that's involved in this work, and for those that don't believe in deity or dogma, let's just say God stands for good, orderly direction. And if we are not taking steps in good, orderly direction, we get into this movement. There's an enemy below that can't stand when we helping people. And if he got a way to get inside of a movement, and he has, even with the Panther, it's a way to put some bad apple in there and mess it up for everybody, it'll happen. And so for me, it was the weight of knowing that I can't be the answer. My mental health, I'm taking all these calls, I'm crying, I'm talking to mothers. They got a son that just went back to the feds, and she all tore up, or they want me to talk their son into going into treatment and getting health and getting on medication-assisted treatment, but they ain't ready to stop using yet. But they want them to stop so bad, and they think that I can talk them into changing. But you don't change until when? Until you ready. And so being able to understand that I got to learn how to help this family now, and I can't do everything, so I need to build up somebody that's done went through this lived experience and get them the trainers, and don't ask them to volunteer. Find the grant money to pay this mother that's done had, this mother that's done had a son that's been in prison, and she had to overcome it and raise the grandkids and all of that. Now she's strong, and now she know how to mentor somebody else. Pay that woman. Get her the trainers and pay her as a community health worker. It's an evidence-based practice now, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? And so we can't do everything, and understanding that I can't do everything, we have to build, and we got to be the architects. And there's money out there for that, and there's evidence-based practices that we can use.
So I'm just going to keep it a stack. I was a leader behind the wall. I was a leader when I came out, and I've continued that trajectory simply because I knew that if I could take an entire prison of men and stop a whole system on the inside, I could only imagine what I could do when I got out. So when I think about that leadership shift, what shifted for me is that the very people that used to keep me incarcerated, I now oversee a budget of $10.7 million in the state of Tennessee to support our people who are coming out of institutions, who are coming out in federal reentry, who are coming out of county jails. And I think more important is the women who have instilled in me a different kind of leadership mentality. It's important that we recognize, even in this space, the power of women. It's important that we recognize that the women have been cultivating us to be leaders in spaces that sometimes we as men don't know how to navigate, and you need that nurturing spirit to support you. I've had a lot of women pour into me, specifically black women, over the years. And I raise that and lift that up specifically because a lot of times it was tough for me going back into a white community trying to advocate and get people to listen when they didn't want to listen. And it was tough for me trying to navigate what that looked like, talking to a community that didn't care versus talking to a community that cared more about that space than anything. And so for me, that leadership of women, specifically black women, who have been carrying that torch for years, that taught me that A, I needed to be really humble. B, I needed to really use active listening. But more importantly, when it came to Dawn saying, Jeremy, I need you in this space, I made sure that I listened and I followed through with that.
Thank you. So I'm going to wrap us up with this question. Leadership requires, I'm not going to say followers, co-leaders. That's right. In organizing, leadership requires co-leaders. For us as a movement, what would you actually put into the room to trouble our spirit around how do we build out a vast number of co-leaders in our movement? What do you think needs to happen? Give us your best wisdom.
That's another good question. Oh,
I'm doing good, y'all.
What I've observed is when we ask communities to come out, they don't. What I get upset about is that specifically in Black and brown communities, when we ask people to come out, they don't. And that, to me, burdens me, right? And when you ask that question in my mind, I say, how do we go into a community, especially me as a white male? I've had a lot of people tell me straight up, like, I don't need your whiteness coming in this space telling me anything, right? And I'm cool with that. But at the same time, though, when we're talking about advocating, when we're talking about leaving a legacy, and we're talking about community, we know that the majority of individuals impacted by the mass incarcerated system are Black and brown people. So when we do InReach in Tennessee, when we say bring your constituents out, bring your people out, and we got a space for you and a platform to create co-leaders, we're not just saying that and just spitting to the wind. We want you to come out. We want you to be a part of the process, and not just be a part of the process, but learn from the individuals in the room. And it don't have to be individuals like me. There's a lot of representation in this space that are powerful people. The thing is, we have to deliver in these communities in a way where we do InReach and we reach down deep, past systemic oppression, past mass incarceration, and really get down to the level. When we canvass, when we walk into North Nashville, when we walk and we door knock and we walk to every door and we say, hey, come out, we mean what we say. And so I just want to leave with that thought, because it's tough when you have these Republican states and so much systemic oppression that people think that they can't come out and their voice is not heard, when in fact it's the direct opposite. So when we think about co-leadership, we really need to be going into the communities and sharing with people. You got to start using your voice. You got to start using your power, and quit letting these people that think they empower control how you make decisions and how you move. Because a whole entire community of people is more powerful than them folks sitting in that state capitol.
So since I come from the church, I'm gonna get me a little interaction too. Everybody repeat after me. Say, mental health, is health. Say, mental health, is health. Mental health is priority. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Lauryn Hill once said, how you gonna win when you ain't right within? And so for us, even if we talk about doing this work and when we get close to burnout, some of our capacity is different from others because we actually taking care of our mental health. And so I believe as we look to bring more people into the movement, we have to continue to dominate the conversation about mental health in order to impact stigma, to normalize getting therapy, to normalize, like, if you need to get back on your meds, then that's fine. It can be for a season. In North Carolina state prisons, we see people come off medication to get to a lower custody level. And then when they get outside and they start experiencing post-incarceration syndrome, they start self-medicating with other things. And then you see a whole vicious cycle. So we have to dominate the conversation about mental health. We have to be prepared. We have to educate people. And even when you look at people that's coming from a mental health crisis, or somebody that's coming out of detox crisis stabilization units, typically when you come out, they tell you to go to 90 meetings in 90 days, right? Y'all want to know why they say go to 90 meetings in 90 days? So you can build community. We have to have community, and that community that we build has to understand mental health. They got to understand when we need a break. They have to understand that there's certain conversations, there's certain language that you can't use. And I've seen people come into the movement and they get real busy, and they don't take care of their mental health and they crash out. But if we can prioritize mental health, then we'll prioritize the whole person. And Mental Health Month is coming up in May. So let's dominate that the same way we did Reentry Month. Let's get some people speaking up about their mental health, speaking up about post-incarceration syndrome, speaking up about what it's like to be in a group, and making sure that people have coaches and mentors. I can't have all the answers. You know, I have to have what does it say in the Bible? It says humility before honor. It also says as iron sharpens iron, so one sharpens another.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. We're done. Oh, hold for the picture. Okay, we're done. Give them something, y'all. They did.
All right, y'all. We've made a few modifications, but we right back on time. We're right at lunch break. But before we go into our break, one of the things that we wanted to do with intention was to create an environment where we give our people their flowers. I don't know if you all had the opportunity to see the gallery walk. Those aren't where we juxtapose our current leaders with previous leaders. That's really how I see you all. Now, we only made it for a few people, right? The folks who were our invited panelists. But we could have made it for many, many more of you all. And I just want to take a moment to shout out some of the leaders that I've had the opportunity to work with throughout the years. Leaders like Mr. Dennis Gaddy, leaders like Mr. Reggie Longcry, leaders like Miss Tony Willis, leaders like Mrs. Pamela Wynn, folks who are doing the frontline work, as I said, who did not consider it robbery to come be with us today to help celebrate the launch of the Second Chance Federation. Folks who we've built long-term relationships with, right, that are doing and building this movement all across the country. So I also want to take a moment to just recognize some special champions. Obviously, you all have had a chance to meet my staff, Christy Puckett, Chief of Staff, Jason Haynes, regional organizer. We also have our regional counsel, Miss Kamaya Davis Stovall, who's out on maternity leave, and want to give her a little love because I know she's watching, her and baby Noah online. Yeah, I'm a proud pop, y'all. I'm going to shout him out. I'm going to shout him out whenever I can. And then I just want to acknowledge, yes, take a moment to acknowledge my family. As I said, the folks who supported me, my mother, who's here, Miss Barbara Atkinson, who you all will hear more from later on today, my stepfather, Mr. Bob Liggins. Mr. Liggins, you know, Pooh Shiesty make that song First Day Out. I can send y'all the picture. Mr. Liggins was there first day out, right? And they picked me up from St. Clair Correctional Facility, maximum security institution. 60% of the population had life without parole. You would ask those men how much time they had, and they would say all of it, right? They picked me up there, and they asked me where I wanted to go eat, right? And for some reason, I said the Waffle House. I don't know why I said the Waffle House, because that's how I used to eat when I was on the outside. And anybody who inside know that free world food moved through me like a ooh, they had to stop the car. And Mr. Liggins had to come in the bathroom. He was like, "You all right?" I was like, "Yeah, it's just moving through me." But anyway, he had been there since the very beginning. And I can't imagine he signed up to receive a 30-year-old man into a relationship, into his home, into something that he was building with my mother, right? But that's how people show up. And I know y'all got those same stories. I want to highlight my wife, who's been here since the very beginning, Dr. Nakia Atkinson. You all will hear more from her later. And obviously, I would be remiss if I didn't shout out the love of my life, my heart, Adeline Atkinson, the reason why I get down every day, my youngest daughter. We also have some special champions because it takes money to get this work done, y'all. And as I said, sometimes people will invest in your leadership even though you might not have produced everything that they need to see, but they believe in your vision because you're a visionary, right? I want to thank Mr. James Gore from the Just Trust Foundation, Miss Jill Cartwright from Isaac Simons, because these have been some of our very first supporters who believed in the vision before it came all the way through fruition. And then we got our local champions, right? folks who step up to the mic even though they don't get no fanfare. And we had a world-class phone banker last year. Now, she used to ask the most questions, but she produced the most calls. I want to shout out Miss Mary Nell, who always steps up to the plate and volunteers. Mr. Victor, who's holding down our High Point sale and our High Point Thursday Thoughts. Victor is a community health worker, works for the FIT Network, and they try to make sure that formerly incarcerated people get access to health care. I want to shout out Miss Vita Farrow, too. Vita worked in the system, right? As now is working to help people outside of the system. So it takes all lanes, y'all, all kind of shapes, sizes, and flavors. All right, I've concluded that part of giving out the flowers. Now I think Miss Christy Puckett gonna give us some instructions for lunch.
Hey, y'all, hey. All right, so lunch is not in this room because we didn't want plates clicking and clacking while we're trying to talk to each other, right? So we're going to go out of here, go down the hallway. You know where the elevators are, those who stayed here? Right behind the elevator is the Carolina Ballroom, and that is where we will eat. And then after we eat, we'll come back here. But if you haven't been to the gallery walk on your way, I encourage you to go look at the folks who we had the honor of honoring as part of it. And if you need a headshot, Christian might give you one after he eats his lunch, though. And let's give a real shout out, too, also to Adam Huff and Elevator J, who's also my boyfriend. Shout out. And today is our 3-year anniversary, and he working. So I appreciate you and love you very much. So yes, let's get ready to eat, let's have fun, and then we'll come back here and finish up our afternoon, okay? All right. We come back at 1:20, so you got time, y'all. 1:20.
check, check, check. Check, check, check.
then they throw us in jail. All right, everybody, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Did you eat good? Good. I hope you ate something, because this next stretch is going to ask something of all of us. So not just our attention. I love you all. It's also going to request that we have our imagination. Because this morning we talked about organizing, about how ordinary people can build extraordinary power. We talked about leadership, about what it takes to grow the people who grow the movement. This afternoon, we're going deeper. We're going to talk about what it actually takes to come home with dignity. We're going to talk about legal systems, policy fights, the machinery of advocacy. And we're going to talk about what it takes to scale all of it. But before we do any of that, we're going to watch something. And I want to tell you something before I introduce this preview. What you're about to watch is a part of my story. A documentary was created called Held in Healing by director Averill Stokes, who you'll meet in just a moment. And it's about 70 minutes long, and we didn't want to do that today. So we're going to take about 10 minutes to watch the story. It's about perinatal substance use. I was a perinatal substance user. If you don't know what that means I smoked crack while I was pregnant with my children. It's about incarceration. It's about what it means to be a mother navigating both and trying to find your way back to yourself and your children. I'm sharing it today not because it's easy, but because this organization, this federation, was built on the belief that the people who have lived these experiences are the ones who must lead this work. And I cannot ask that of anyone else in this room without being willing to do so myself. So the filmmaker behind this preview is Averill Stokes, the founder of Be Great Together and the creator of DocuCourse. He took my story and handled it with care, and I'm very grateful, Averill. I want to invite you to receive this, not just watch it, and let it do what it's supposed to do. Can we get the lights turned down? A lot of the people who I knew, who I was getting high with, were normal, everyday working people. And I think it's more of a dig on the community as a whole that crack is the answer to a lot of people's pains, or drugs are the response to people's pain rather than the resources that should be available to them. By the time I was serving my last stint inside, I was beat down. I was tired. The abuse in my house was so much that sometimes going to jail was the safest place in the city for me. But the system, the civil system, the DSS, the threat of DSS, the criminal system, and my boyfriend, all of that. I was numb, and the drugs helped with that. And so drugs really did help me to escape the physical violence that I was in. It helped me to not react. It helped me to really survive the encounter.
Dealing with probation, if you're dealing with parole, if you're dealing with substance usage, it strips away your ability to decide what you're going to do, because there's some other variable that is now telling you what you can do, what you choose to do, or oftentimes it can reduce your ability to just say, yes, I'm going to overcome these situations and scenarios. When dealing with traumatic experiences, it's not uncommon for the brain to almost erase that memory from our ability to access it. So when we're dealing with survival mode, when we're dealing with traumatic experiences, why am I behaving in a way which nothing in my current memory tells me that I should be acting in this manner? The brain does this as a form of protection. In that moment that I realized how sick I actually was, it's really hard to put into words how much you lose. When I think about the time that I lost, I spent my entire 20s getting high, you know? And so when I look at people who are whatever age they are now, what they have, think about, did I mess my children's future up? Did I not create generational wealth because I was getting high in my 20s? It takes so much from you that even in recovery, I don't think you get it all back. I don't think I'll ever get everything that drugs took from me back. And that's the reality that I and millions of other people struggling in recovery have to live with every single day.
Institutions of incarceration are constitutionally required to provide access to health care, but there's no required set of standards. So when it comes to prenatal care in particular, you have some prisons and jails that provide a reasonable measure of access to comprehensive quality prenatal care, and then you have many others that provide scant prenatal care but do not necessarily provide access to comprehensive prenatal care by a qualified provider.
If medical doesn't tell the officers inside the housing unit, they really have no way of knowing resident so-and-so, she's positive and she's pregnant, unless a resident walks up to the podium and to the officer and communicates with that officer and says, hey, I need to see medical, I am pregnant. The pod supervisor is responsible for contacting medical, but also documenting that in the OMS system, which is the offender management system.
My goal was to get her as far away from drug trafficking as humanly possible. She was brought into this world. It wasn't a world that she created for herself. It was a world that was really, in a lot of ways, forced on her. Each judge has their own kind of things that they like or dislike. Some judges would be very sympathetic towards somebody who is pregnant, who has found themselves in a position where they're exposed to drug use and abuse, and also physical abuse and domestic violence. Other judges, if somebody has a child or is about to give birth, they may pass judgment on that person for not being more vigilant as a current or future parent. Most judges are going to be sympathetic to somebody who is about to give birth.
Although I was not directly tied to the drugs found, I took the plea so that I could have more control over my life. Probation was not ideal, but it did create the distance that I needed to get away from those toxic relationships and cycles that kept me trapped in that cycle of addiction for so long.
We have so many dehumanizing terms for people dealing with crack addiction. Crackheads, junkies, fiends, J's, addicts, crack babies.
Crack baby?
Crack baby.
Cancer is a type of disease. Now, would you call a child born to somebody with cancer a cancer baby? We don't hear the same type of thing for opioids. Babies with opioid exposure are simply called a newborn with prenatal exposure. If you use dismissive terms to describe a person, you do the same thing with treatment.
Even the imagery of babies that are predisposed to crack cocaine is more demeaning than the imagery of babies who are predisposed to opioids more than the other.
And I despise the word crack baby. There is no such thing as a crack baby. Studies that were relied on in the early 80s, when the crack epidemic was at its height, was junk science. A mother who uses crack is generally going to have a lot of trauma, a lot of poverty, and a lack of support. And those things are more impactful to a baby than the presence of crack alone.
So with black moms, what we heard was, how can you do this to your baby? Conversely, with opioids and moms who are mostly white, what we heard was empathy and finding other people to hold accountable. And we definitely did not see as many children being removed from the home.
So the framing a narrative with women who were using opioids was they were not responsible. It was more about the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies, and these women were primarily white. While a black mother who purchases crack cocaine, she is responsible because she purchased it from the street, even though many people buy opioids off the street. The power of narrative.
Research has found that the effects once attributed to crack cocaine exposure during pregnancy are actually attributable to poverty, systemic inequities, in some cases systemic racism, things that we as healthcare providers and public health professionals call social and structural determinants of health. Instead of investing in resources in communities, especially black communities that were blamed for the so-called crack baby epidemic, we spent years blaming junk science. With this attack on black motherhood, what we've seen is a perpetuation of disparities in maternal morbidity and mortality, where black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from childbirth-related causes than white women.
So in America, in this country, black people have always had 2 questions that they've had to answer. Are they citizens? And if they are, what are they going to do with it? What kind of citizens are they going to be? And so in this context, black mamas have always been viewed as deviant, as less than, and again, their offspring as less than, deviant, vagrant.
I never want to become a accountant though. Why? 'Cause I would never want to know the exact number of women scorned or broken beyond repair. Love doesn't love anyone but self.
Although going to school was an important part of my life during that time, the most important part of my life was rebuilding the trust and the love and just the relationship in general with my son. It took many years. He had to go to therapy, I had to go to therapy, but what I could not do was deny his pain. I told him that I'm sorry, and I promised him that I would never do those things again, and I've kept that promise. You know, I did try to make sure that he was taken care of. I placed him with people who loved him. His grandparents, my parents, they absolutely adored him. The time that my son and I had this conversation, I had been crack cocaine free for about 3 to 4 years. And a huge part of my ability to have that conversation was that I no longer carried the shame of what I had done for many, many years. To no longer carry the shame was freeing for me, and that's how we were able to heal. Thank you. So first, I want to say thank you to Avril Stokes, who heard my story and told it with such care. You kept the essence of me. You didn't make me look like somebody I'm not, and I really appreciate that. You were able to really capture my story and the nuance of it. And what I wanted most to come out was the disparities, that black mamas do not get seen the way that white mothers are. And I wanted to name that. I wanted that to be what you walk away with, that we have the capacity to treat people with dignity and care because we do it with white people all the time. We just need to extend that to the most marginalized, the people who are the most in need. And in our society, the people who are the most in need are pregnant people, pregnant substance-using people. They are at the most risk in our society. So again, thank you, Avril. I couldn't have made this without you. So now we're going to transition to our panel on reentry and reentry services. So reentry is not a program. It is not a checklist. It is not a 90-day transition plan. It is a person, a whole person trying to rebuild their life in a world that was not designed to let them succeed. And too often the systems that are supposed to help them treat them like a liability instead of a human being. That is what we're here to change today. So I'm proud to moderate this next conversation. Please welcome Avril Stokes, president of Be Great Together and creator of DocuCourse, and Dr. Nakia Atkinson, our Health and Justice Initiative lead here at Second Chance Federation, who we know and love as Kia. Thank you. Y'all sit down. And before we get started, I want you both to just give other folks a brief introduction of who you are.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Nakia Atkinson, and I am here. It's my pleasure and honor to be here as a member of Second Chance Federation.
Yeah, so I'm Avril Stokes, again, creative DocuCourse. Passionate about storytelling, passionate about uplifting the stories of people in our communities who are really creating transformation no matter what they've been through. So just happy to be here, and in full transparency, I'm still working over my nerves. I just knew something wasn't gonna work, and everybody's gonna be looking at me right there in the center of the room, so I'm still calming down. Shout out to y'all in the back. I'm gonna tell you what they came from. My second screening, I had a 2-hour screening for my second documentary. And we had so many issues. We had food laid out. We had the mayor in town, and nothing worked. So ever since then, every time there's a screening, I get nervous that something's not going to work. So.
Well, thank you both for being here. Oh, my questions, sorry. So we just watched our preview of Held and Healing, and I want to ask you both, what does this story stir up for you, What does it name about perinatal substance use and incarceration that people on the outside really want to see?
Thank you, Christy. That's a great question. For me, I actually had the opportunity to see the entire documentary. And the takeaway for me is that, one, I commend you for your courage. You are a mother. I got to see, well, I know that you're a mom, but I also know you as a transformative leader. But it also offered the lens through which we could really see and understand how the criminal justice system or the criminal legal system is really impacting and causing harm in people's lives.
Thank you.
I think for me, it's how much, like you said, pregnant and substance using women, particularly black women, it's really not a part of the larger conversation, in my opinion, when we think about black maternal health, birth equity. Even before I did Christy's story, I knew nothing of the intersection of substance use disorder, pregnancy, race, and then on top of that, incarceration. I had to read a lot of different white papers. We did this in partnership with the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, so we did have a group of researchers that Christy had already actually worked with. And so they provided me with a lot of good research. But, I think that's the larger conversation is, like, how do we uplift this when we think about black maternal health and birth equity? How do we uplift these particular intersections that we'll talk about here today?
And Christy, I want to add that, what we do know is that black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. And that's just outside of the justice or the prison system, right? So we also know that over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. However, that differs when you look at the prison and system of corrections, because there is no care. There is a system expectation where you have to pay for doctor visits, so therefore the harm is greater and the risks are even higher.
Yes, so true. Thank you both for telling us the things that were stirred up in you. And what it stirred up in me is that because there has been no face to this issue, that is why we have been seeing the lack of care, because people are very ashamed. Who wants to say I smoked crack while I was pregnant? Like, that's not something to be proud of, but it's the truth, right? And it's by standing in that truth, is my theory, that's how we're going to get the change. We're going to put a face on it. We're going to put a name on it. As Daryl says, put an address on that thing, right? We're going to put an address on it so you know when you're talking about a perinatal substance user, who you're talking about, right? Because I think most people have an opinion of what a perinatal substance user looks like. And I think I'm here to also defy that, right? I don't look like what I've been through, right? Thank God. And right? And so, like, that's important to name. So the tagline for this panel is dignity is the foundation of all of our work. For people who are pregnant and postpartum and incarcerated, or even returning home after that experience, what does dignity look like in practice? So not as an aspiration, but as an actual standard of care. And I'm going to address that to Dr. Kia.
Thank you, Christy. So for me, I think treating a perinatal person reentering as a whole person means seeing past their risk, right? Also, really understand and grounding their humanity, honoring their physical health, their healing, their mental health history, trauma, and their central role in a family. Ensuring that they do have access, that there's even a system by design to address the social determinants of health. So oftentimes we see that there's fractured care, systems that are working in silos. We understand that, though all of those factors are impacting a mother's ability to bond with her children. So where the health system gets it right, some perinatal community health worker programs, or even doulas, support for justice-involved women, and family-centered substance use treatment allow community of care, reduce separation from newborns, and rebuild trust. Now, it also fails because fragmented records between carceral and community providers, automatic reporting that punishes rather than support. Your entire documentary is showing that as well. The lack of trauma-informed mental health services, postpartum, and policies that separate mothers from infants for safety without weighing in developmental harm. So the system prioritized managing risk to the institution over restoring the person's capacity to thrive.
Yeah. And Avril, this question is for you. The preview uses storytelling to hold experience, my experience with dignity. What does it mean for a person to see their own story or a story like theirs told that way? And what do you want providers, policymakers, and the public to take from the stories that you tell?
I think overall, something that I say is what people know or think they know really influences their values and beliefs. And values and beliefs are what drive our actions. So if we can't really, and this is why I go to how do we uplift these stories, if we can't really change the knowledge, the judgment, Pastor Coop, what's it say? My people perish for lack of knowledge, ain't that right? So, if we can't really look at how do we transform the knowledge of what people are experiencing, who's experiencing it, and what that looks like, I think that's really where we have to start because, again, what we know or think we know impacts those values and beliefs, and then, therefore, it's going to impact the actions that you take, whether you help or not, or support or not.
Thank you. And we're going to move on to talk about what the system is failing to provide. So people who experience perinatal substance use and incarceration often face losing their children because the termination of parental right deadlines that run while they're incarcerated, hearings that they cannot attend. In North Carolina, 18 months after a child is born, then the state can petition for your rights to be terminated. So if you're sentenced to 2 years, you have no ability. Also in North Carolina, a woman who is pregnant, say we're just pregnant and weed free, I can give my baby to Al if I wanted to. Al, you want this baby? Here you go. You can have the baby. But if I'm incarcerated, my baby can only go to a family member or into foster care. And so incarcerated pregnant mothers are treated vastly different than the rest of the population, right? And so what could it actually take to change that? Averill, I want you to think about, from a storytelling perspective, what could we do to shape the narrative around termination of parental rights and its impact?
I think the first part is there has to be a bit of self-education, not looking for others like Christy that have to always bring us the answers. I think there has to be, again, and Christy, I don't know if you mind if I use the example of Ms. White, the corrections officer. But yeah, one of the things that you saw her express was, well, if the person doesn't come and tell the officer that, they're pregnant, then, there's nothing we could do about it. Well, there should be a system in place where you're actually maybe, and this is my opinion, but maybe you're, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, testing or checking for that. Like there should be, yeah, exactly. As soon as she comes to that door, there should be a system in place for that. And that's why I go back to we shouldn't have to wait for individuals to have to come to us for support. We should be looking at ways of how we do that ourselves. So I think that would be what I say on that one.
Thank you for that. And Kia, same question.
Yeah. So
what does that look like for you?
Yeah, so Christy, as we talk about and we think about systems that were designed to really, I just want to be honest, these systems were designed to harm Black and brown people, right? So I want to highlight that the history of the healthcare in this country and the structural inequities that have shaped it by sharing or just mentioning that there's been a few very significant public health events that were by design. And so that was driven by a system. And they really shaped our overall health outcomes. And so if I usually provide a slide, and I'm thinking that the slide is behind me, but it's not. but from the exploitation of enslaved individuals to the Tuskegee experiment, to the passage of the Civil Rights Act, and all the way through the COVID-19 disparities that we face. And then when we think about maternal health, within this glimpse of the timeline, we can see, by design, there were people in place that cause harm to Black and brown women, where things were done to us and it shouldn't have been done. So I think by design, we also need to create another system that includes and help us to receive access to care, be seen as human, and really change just the outcomes and just the narrative around maternal health and our overall health.
Yes, say that. So we at the Second Chance Federation
have reentry services as a part of our work. Y'all heard Daryl talk about it. And one of the ways in which we're going to address perinatal substance use is by creating a place where women who are substance using can come and receive judgment-free care, because it is our belief that some care is better than no care. And so I want to ask you both, what does recovery-informed reentry look like for someone who is pregnant or postpartum, not sobriety as a condition of supervision, but genuine wraparound support? Who is doing this well, and what can we learn from them?
Sure. So I think that for me, it is really looking at the intersection when we really look at violence and criminalization. We know that 77% of incarcerated women are survivors of domestic or sexual violence, and that Black women face higher arrest rates for failure to protect laws even when they are the victim. And then when we look at, within this intersection, when we look at maternal health crises, we also look at system failures, right? So I actually think that it is a culmination of pulling everybody in together and being able to move from empathy to equity, right? Being able to work collectively to impact change.
Thank you. Averill, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think for me, you know, when it comes to the recovery process, one thing I learned from telling this story is that recovery, it goes all the way into death. And that's a line that's in the actual documentary. There's no like, oh, I'm healed. Like, it is an ongoing process. But I think one of the key things is, you know, there's a lot of stigma around recovery, and we look at it as the individual not having it together. You know, I tell people, you know, what I was working on with the project with Christy, and one of the first things, I can't tell you how many people said this, but they would say, why would she smoke crack if she's pregnant? That would be one of the first responses I would get quite often. So I think recovery is not just on that individual and what we feel that that person needs to do. I think it's also the stigma that society carries. I think I know it's definitely the racism, especially when we look at Black maternal health. And I think, so with that being said, I think recovery is, again, I keep going back to community, and community support is what are we doing to support individuals who may be trying to get to that next step. So I say that's what it looks like for me.
Yeah, and I want to shout out some folks in the back of the room, Promise Resource Network. Raise your hands. They are here in Charlotte. They are the place where you can go get that harm reduction judgment-free help, right? You can go test your dope. You can get your dope testing strips. You can get for Narcan, anything that you might need to get high successfully. They're going to help you do that because they know that you're not stopping getting high, right? But we can't stop the overdose, right? And just because somebody getting high today don't mean they're not going to get high tomorrow. They might not be high tomorrow, right? People go in and out of recovery. You know, relapse is a very real part, like all of those things, right? And we just have to hold space. When we talk about my body, my choice, it's not just in the reproductive circles, right? Autonomy is bodily autonomy. What you do with your body is what you do with your body, as long as it's not hurting other people. Now, in this situation, when you are pregnant, there is some risk, right, of low birth weight, but we have not been able to really extrapolate whether that low birth weight or prematurity is due to the poverty or to the drugs themselves. And so we don't have any conclusions. And so we shouldn't be making conclusive decisions about someone's value or worth when we have inconclusive evidence, right? I'm just saying. I've been working with Daryl for a long time. He done taught me how to be concise. So you mentioned something about stigma, and we have a shirt that we wear, shout out to Reverend Cooper, that says Stigma Slayer, right? Because we recover and we heal out loud. And if you recover and heal in silence, that's fine, but we choose to do so out loud. So stigma follows this population everywhere, from the jail to the hospital to the courtroom to the reentry program. How do we build services that actively resist that stigma rather than quietly replicate it?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I've been talking to Dr. Renee Monet, she founded Renewed Strength, and I think that within the healthcare system, a lot of times we talk about cultural competency. And I've always said to them, we cannot manufacture cultural competency. Either we are here, we are at the table, we're making, having conversations, we're helping lead and make decisions and encouraging others how to make those decisions. But just even thinking about that, to even train the healthcare systems, the systems that we have to interact with, so that they become more aware and more respectful of people who are impacted, and being able to provide them with those tools so that they can really see that person as a whole person and with dignity.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And Second Chance Federation, we're building a network rooted in the belief that directly impacted people must lead. So for people who sit at this intersection of perinatal substance use and incarceration, what would it mean for those folks specifically to lead the design of services and policy? And what changes when they are in the room?
I mean, the simple answer is who can tell you what you need better than you? You know, it's, so even before Christie's, I did a documentary called Pregnancy and Prejudice, which is actually what led into me working on Christie's documentary. But in Pregnancy and Prejudice, you know, there's a lot of talk around, you know, black women don't feel pain as much as, you know, white women or anybody else. So, you know, if she's complaining about that pain and you're not believing her, that could lead to a lot of other complications. So I think, you know, I think we try to overcomplicate answers. We just talked about even what, you know, the lady said in the film about, you know, if they don't come up to us and tell them that we're pregnant, then, you know, how are we supposed to know? Well, you should put a system in place, again, like she said, as soon as they walk through the door. It's not a
Yeah.
It's not a complicated answer. So I would say stop overcomplicating things. We do have answers. We don't need another data or a study. We do have the answers.
Yeah, I think that's good. And I think we also, again, as I mentioned, need to make sure that the healthcare providers, the institutions, everybody, they're part of that conversation and training, because oftentimes they feel as though they know the answers. But people who are living through the pain, directly impacted, we know we're the best ones to help make decisions. So I think that they need to be trained on that, to see us and include us.
Okay. So we're going to have a closing question. What is one thing, a law, a policy, a practice, a belief that must change for people at the intersection of perinatal substance use and incarceration to be met with dignity when they come home? What must change?
Great question. The structural inequities, just the system that has been designed. And because the system has been designed to cause harm, to exclude us, the same system can be changed to see us differently, to include us, to make sure that we have access, our social determinants of health are addressed, we are seen, and that everybody has an equal opportunity and footing within the healthcare system overall, and just even in communities.
Thank you both so much. Averill?
Well, let me throw out one thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please go and watch Christie's story. It's amazing. Like, that was 10 minutes. It's an hour, 23 minutes. You are really doing yourself a disservice if you don't go and check this out. Somebody asked me earlier. It's docucourse.org. It's DOCUCOURSE. Something that we talked about in the past. Christy and I, and Daryl talked about this last night. There are plenty of organizations who could build support with this. If you want to host a screening, Tony's doing one in Philadelphia in June. If you want to host a screening with your organization, you know, reach out to Christy and Daryl. We can all talk, and we can look at what that could look like. We've got one coming up here in Asheville, Kansas City.
St. Louis. Shout out to Mo Justice.
Yeah, did we find out about Vegas yet?
About who? Vegas?
Never.
Not yet.
So I say all that to say, you know, if you're interested in hosting a screening in your community, it doesn't matter where you are. But definitely, I imagine a lot of people in here are in the North Carolina area, so we could screen this across the entire state. By the way, I don't even think I told you, I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. That's where I live.
And so what's the one thing that must change, in your opinion?
Oh, so I said all that to say, listen.
Oh,
We've got to provide opportunities for people to listen. We've got to change the narratives.
That's so true. Give it up for our panelists, y'all. I want to thank Averill and Kia for this conversation, because what I heard from both of you is a refusal to treat dignity as optional, as conditional, as something people have to earn their way back to. And that is the standard at the Second Chance Federation. That's what we're setting for this movement. We're going to get a photo before we move into our next panel. Okay, so we're going to pivot now to a conversation that is deeply connected because reentry doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in a legal system, and that legal system is the subject of our next panel. Law can be a tool of oppression or a vehicle for liberation, and the difference lies in who wields it and for whom. This panel examines how legal services can simultaneously meet the urgent, immediate needs of justice-impacted individuals and catalyze the base building necessary to change the laws themselves. From felony disenfranchisement litigation to criminal record clearance, our panelists have used the courtroom and the policy table as twin levers of systemic change, demonstrating that legal strategy and movement strategy are not separate endeavors, but deeply intertwined. So please give it up for our Executive Director, Daryl Atkinson, who will moderate panel 4, Legal Services, with Keita Haynes and Desmond Meade.
As I ask Keita and Desmond to come to the stage, you know, I can be transparent and admit this. I was fangirling and fanboying both of them forever, right? Because I had found people who had walked a similar path that I had walked, right? Formerly incarcerated people who decided to go to law school and use the law as an agent for change, right? Both of them. Even before I had met them, I met Sheena before I met Desmond, and she was like, you gotta meet my husband because y'all's story is the same. And then I remember reading about Keita, who was a public defender in Tennessee, who was formerly incarcerated, who got out, got her law degree, and I'm like, she's just like me. I want to meet these people, right? And this was really before like the internet really blew up really, really big, and you could connect with people easily through social media. And so when we finally got a chance to meet, I was like, man, I've been admiring you all's work, and your work has served as an inspiration to me, right? Because as Averiel pointed out, it's a lonely walk when you're a visionary by yourself. When you think, ain't nobody else like me and I'm the only one doing this. And so when we found each other, it was such an inspiration to know other formerly incarcerated people who had been abused by the law, who then took that as an opportunity, right, to take that same tool, learn it, and use it as an agent for change for our people. So I just want to give y'all a shout out. I've been admiring y'all for a long, long time. So as Christy pointed out, our system, you know, they call it a criminal justice system, we call it a criminal legal system, is a compilation of laws and policies that have been built by design, right, as Dr. Atkinson pointed out, to harm us and limit our people's aspirations. I guess my first question, what gave you all the motivation to even want to go down that path? Here you are sitting on a prison bunk. What gave you the audacity to think that you can go out, go get a law degree, and be in someone's courtroom or making laws that other people had to follow?
Hello. Hey, good afternoon. How are y'all? So for me, I was going to law school before I went to prison. Actually, when I had to report to Alderson Federal Prison Camp in January of 2003, I had a job starting that very same Monday that I had to report as a legal assistant. So I was already preparing to go to law school before I went to prison. I was blessed in the federal system. You hear a lot of people have public defenders. I was blessed to be able to have a private attorney. And he was fantastic. He is the best attorney. He was the best man. And I still tell people that 20 years later, right? Even though I went to trial, was found guilty, had to go to prison, he was still the best lawyer. So when I went to prison, hearing women there talk about their situations and what, you know, their public defenders did not do for them, you know, I juxtaposed that to what my attorney did for me, And it was in those moments and hearing the stories of the women that I was incarcerated with that I decided that I wanted to be a public defender, because I wanted to be able to provide the same level of representation that I had gotten from my lawyer to people who couldn't afford to pay for a lawyer. And so for me, that's where it was born, to be a public defender. So I got out. After serving almost 4 years in federal prison, got out, went to law school 2 years after I got out, graduated, and I only went to law school to be a public defender. And I told them that, and when I went home, I actually worked for my lawyer as his legal assistant. So it was kind of like he mentored me, you know, to be the great lawyer that he was. And so, yeah, I started working as a public defender, and I worked as a public defender for 6.5 years in Nashville, Tennessee.
Awesome, awesome.
So I have a two-part answer to that question, right? So the first thing is, when I was a little boy, when I was growing up as a little boy, one of my favorite shows, much to my wife's dismay today, was Perry Mason. Because I still look at Perry Mason. She do not like me looking at old shows, but maybe we can convince her to allow me at least a 2-hour block each week. Right, and then when I got locked up in Valdosta, Georgia, because that I-75 corridor was mean back in the days, and in Valdosta, in Lowndes County Jail, they always used to show Matlock, right? And so that was a source of inspiration, but it didn't hit until after I got sentenced to 15 years. And when I looked around, I didn't see anything happening on my case, and so I ended up going to the law library. And that rekindled my desire to know more about the law. And that was just to get out. And so I did get out. But in the process of getting out, I found out, yeah, I got out of jail, but I was still incarcerated because I had a crack addiction as well, right? And so I was still incarcerated by drugs. And at some point when I went through a transformation, part of recovery was giving back. That's how we stay clean and sober, right? It's a service. And when I made that commitment to giving back, right, I realized that all of the stuff that I went through in life could be used in a way to improve other people's lives. Mm-hmm. And if I really wanted to continue doing that work, then there was nothing, like law is intertwined in every aspect of our lives. Right, from the contracts that we unknowingly sign when we get our cell phones to leases and all kinds of stuff. I know my wife getting mad now. She's like, you didn't read that lease agreement right last time. But I'm going to get there, babe. I'm going to get there. I'm still learning. But understanding that law is so intertwined in every aspect of our lives, and I figured, man, if I really want to help people, I need to have a thorough understanding of what this law thing is all about, so I'm at least able to help point people in the right direction. And so living in Florida, which had some of the worst laws out there as far as felon disenfranchisement, I didn't have any expectations of being a lawyer. I went to law school specifically to have a command over the practice of law, or the subject of law, and to be able to be of better service to folks. And I'm still not a practicing lawyer because of Florida, originally because of Florida restrictions. Now I could actually sit for the bar, but man, that's a whole lot of studying that I don't know if I had time for right now. But it was, a childhood fantasy of it, helped me get me out of incarceration. And then the other piece was I was motivated by wanting to help people.
So let's build on that. How have you all used that knowledge of the law to help people at your respective organizations? Let's get into the real nuts and bolts of the work. Talk about some of the legal interventions. And Desmond, by the way, is founder, recently retired executive director of Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. If you don't know about their work, they re-enfranchise more people, 1.4 million folks in the state of Florida, the largest re-enfranchisement since the 1965 Voting Rights Act, right? Organization has been nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. You know, look, I just got to give my folks the shine when they can get some shine. Because, see, like, let me tell you, y'all got to learn how to be other people's hype man. You know, you want to be you want somebody to hype you up. You got to learn how to hype somebody else up. And so the person who I took a lot of inspiration from, and I don't know if y'all remember this character from Ali, Jamie Foxx's character, Boudini, right? Boudini used to beat on the drums, the champ is here. That's how we got to do for each other. The champ is here, right? So how have you all taken that legal knowledge, used it at your organizations to create pathways of liberation for our people?
Well, let me start by first saying thank you for making it easier for me to listen to my mama. Because mama always told me, don't be the first one to brag about you. Let other people brag about you.
That's
so
right.
Thank you for making it easy for me to listen. But I think one of the very first ways for me actually was in getting that degree. Because I would never forget sitting in a room full of people and the advantage and how I used it to my education to the advantage for everyone was actually starting creating a different narrative, right? Because a lot of times society, of course, they're going to look down on people like me because I made a lot of mistakes or whatever, you know, being locked up. So who am I, right? I'm an F word, right? And so, but while I was getting the degrees, I remember being in the room with a bunch of high-level officials, right, and executives and everything. And I remember when they went to eat lunch, I couldn't afford lunch, so I stayed in the room with a sister of mine, and she told me something that transformed my life. She said, Desmond, you know, when you look around and see all them people, let me tell you one thing you got to remember. Every degree that they got, you can get.
That's right.
But every degree you got, they can't.
They don't want that.
And once I heard, I kind of sat up a little bit. I wasn't sulking or hiding or being shy. I understood that I was a subject matter expert in that room, and I had something that they could never get, right? They're not willing to make the sacrifices that I had to make to get through whatever I had to get through. So I use that as a mechanism to empower each and every one of us because we all in this room have some type of doctorate degree right now, right? I got a doctor of law and I got a doctor of the streets, right? And that's keeping it 100. And Chrissy would tell you real quick, right? She got a couple doctorate degrees, right up under her belt. But so that's number one. Number two, I think that we were able to be able to show. I was able to show other folks, right, that yeah, we can be in that room, and not only be in that room, right, but we could own that room, right? We could actually drive conversations, and when them folks when I got those things on the wall, then they were forced to have to listen, which gave me an opportunity, or at least a little a sliver to slide up in and get my foot in that toehold right there and kick the door open and show the folks. And that's the beauty about Amendment 4 was that prior to Amendment 4, and it was a burden that I was carrying for quite some time, right? When we won, it was like, my God, it was off my chest because no one ever thought that, first of all, that a black man could lead any major movement.
That's right.
It was always going to be, it had to be a white man, if not a white woman. Right? And then no one definitely thought that a person who was formerly incarcerated could have the strategic wherewithals to actually win anything. And so for us to win the most difficult battle that Florida has ever faced, right, and do it in such a great fashion and do it with a black man who was formerly incarcerated, then that shattered every single implicit and explicit racial and societal biases that folks had about people like us, right? And it allowed any one of us to be able to stand up and say it's been done before, right? And to actually step into our purpose as leaders in this movement.
Keita, same question for you.
So, you know, like Desmond, I went to law school, you know, to change the narrative, you know, of who we are as people that are directly impacted and who and what we can be, right, when we come home from prison, because we're usually put in these boxes that we have to have these types of jobs and, you know, we can only do this, we're really limited, you know, and if you want that type of job, by all means, like, you know, have at it. But I wanted to be able to again, change the narrative about who we are as folks that are directly impacted, right? And so, I went about doing that, just at the public defender's office. But, and I know you asked about the current organization, but this is leading into that because when I was at the public defender's office, they started doing this whole thing called Defend Nashville. And it was about going out into the communities, letting folks know who we were as a public defender's office, doing listening sessions, like listening to people about, okay, well, what do you want us to do for you and your community as public defenders, right? So, just really leading a lot of that. So when I came into Free Hearts, I had already been out in the community. I wasn't just a public defender that you saw me in the courtroom, right? And so for me, that's what it was about, and it was about continuing that, right? So we really believed, with this Defend Nashville, is that let's bring the courtroom to the people, right? Let's meet them where they are. And so at Free Hearts, like I started just educating people. So like when laws would change, it was just like, okay, what does this mean? How does this impact us, right? And so just helping people to really understand that. And then, and it's interesting, we all talk about, felony disenfranchisement seems to be an issue all across, this country with directly people being able to vote. And so when they started like changing like all of the processes in Tennessee, it was just a big mess over the past couple of years. So we actually started having to litigate those cases. And so we litigated several cases. We had a big federal case that we partnered with some other national organizations on. We had state cases that we were litigating all across the state of Tennessee. It was
so
just,
let's build on that. Let's build on that, Keita, because that leads to my next question. How important is it to have people who are impacted involved in some of those decisions? Like, can it go the wrong way if we aren't there to help guide that litigation?
Right, it absolutely can, because in the federal litigation, we came in after this national organization had already started, right? And so, we were very, very vocal about, the plaintiffs that they had, keeping in contact with them, and not just coming in and using the community just as like, oh, okay, well, we need plaintiffs, coming in and really making sure that they built the relationships that were needed. Because people were talking about, trust and all of those types of things early. And so, there's already a distrust with our community and not just the criminal legal system, just the system itself, right? And so you've got to come in and you've got to build those relationships with folks and say like, hey, like this is not transactional, right? Like, and so with me, it was just like, I understand what it is, you're going through. I mean, I didn't have to go through those hurdles in order to get my voting rights back, but I knew what it was like to be a shadow citizen, right? So, so that was the thing with the federal lawsuit and just being involved in that. And then also, too, now with the petitions and stuff that we filed. But even with those petitions, so it all kind of like led up to the legislation that we were able to just get passed as well around felony disenfranchisement. And, we talk about how law is like connected in every single piece of our lives. And so, we talk about organizing, but it's organizing and, right? Like it's not just that. What else do we have? And so, I will tell people I'm a lawyer first, like everybody knows that. And so when I'm talking to the legislators, I'm not just speaking just from an organizing standpoint. I'm speaking from somebody that's had to get my rights restored, somebody that has helped people restore their rights in the courtroom, and we also are bringing in folks that can testify about the fact that they're trying to navigate these hurdles in order to get their voting rights back. And so it added a separate piece of credibility there because I am that lawyer that's in the courtroom. And so I actually knew more than they did, which we all know that most of the time, more than they do anyways. But, it was just like, I knew more than they did. I mean, like, I live, sleep, breathe, eat this stuff, right? So there was nothing that they could tell me about this and about this process. And so they actually had to listen to me.
That's right.
And, and so it, like I said, it just all just led up to that. But it being that lawyer in the courtroom and then having all of these other things too, you know, I think it added to the credibility and it helped us be able to push that, you know, over the finish line that we had been working with, like for 6-8 years, we're trying to get some type of legislation across the finish line.
No, that's awesome. Desmond, I want you to build on that, this idea of integrated advocacy, right? What Keita just described, doing everything from direct services to impact litigation to ultimately legislative advocacy. After you all got Amendment 4 done, right, the powers that be hit back, and you all had to sue. And talk about some of that journey and how that led to some of your fees and fines direct services.
Oh, Jesus, that's all right. So that's a big one there. So I'm gonna try to make it as succinct as possible. I got to tell the foundation story though, because that integration that you're talking about, right? It's also the integrated familiarity or integrated experience, right? Direct experiences that you have. I remember early on in my relationship with my wife, we were riding down the street one day, and my wife says, "Desmond, I'm hungry." And in my head, I'm like, okay, it's my time to shine, right? So let me start thinking about a Red Lobster or something real fancy, right? And I'm going to my phone, and I'm driving, and I'm trying to, you know, try to figure out where fancy restaurant I'm going to take it to. And minutes later, guess what? She was like, "Desmond, I'm hungry," but this time it with a greater sense of urgency. And so I'm still thinking in my head, right, okay, well, this is upgrade to Ruth Chris now because she might be really hungry. And by the time I got through, because when I go to one spot, it's not really kicking, so I got to figure out another spot, right? And by this time, she going in on me, right? I learned a valuable lesson that day, right, is that when you're dealing with a pain that's up close and personal, if you're not experiencing that pain, you don't feel the urgency of now, right? You don't feel what that person is feeling. So while you might think you're doing them a favor by trying to figure out Ruth's Chris, the best thing I could have did was like, "Where do you want to eat?" That was the best thing I could have did. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Instead of me going in my head trying to get all fancy. And so when you talked about this, it was the same thing. When we passed Amendment 4, right, it was the same thing. You had folks who had the degrees on the wall that thought that they knew what we needed to get.
That's right.
Right? But they didn't have they didn't ask us what we wanted to eat or where we wanted to eat. They just figured out they were trying to take us to Red Lobster, and they ended up taking us to some Jimbo's Shake Shack, right? Some off-the-wall, dumpy place because they aspire for the best, but they almost threatened to undermine the entire work that we did, right? Which we had to go into another phase, and this time, when you talk about the fines and fees, and this is very important because just like with Amendment 4, you got to remember, when people who are closest to the pain is at the helm, we got to accomplish what all of the great legacy organizations combined could not even move a bus of grape in Florida. We actually did it. Directly impacted people did that, right? And then so now when we came to defending this, right, one of the big things were, well, yeah, Florida, they're not requiring people to pay fines and fees, but then when people want to say, okay, how much I owe, they can't tell them, right? And they did this huge lawsuit that almost threatened to undermine it was like literally on a string that the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal was about to say Amendment 4 was unconstitutional. And to strike it down, then we would have lost everything that we worked for, right? But we got through, right? And then here we go, right? Nothing came out of that lawsuit. But when they started arresting our folks, right, because we scared them off a little bit, and we was like, no, we're going to take the lead. Now we're the ones that filed the lawsuit. We were more strategic with it. We wasn't doing the typical things that your typical legal advocacy organizations did. And we used our own strategy based on the data that we was receiving, and we got creative, right? Because we knew that our lives were at risk, not those other legacy. None of them people, all them people could vote.
That's
you
right.
know, the next day. We was having issues, and so once we did that, we was actually able to file a lawsuit. And let me tell you, this is a beautiful thing. In less than 6 months after we filed the lawsuit, We got the state of Florida to do what all of those organizations couldn't do over all of them years, and even with that BS lawsuit that they filed, couldn't get done. We got the state to actually agree, right, that within a certain amount of time, they had to be able to do what they said they couldn't do at the beginning, and which is give somebody an affirmative answer as to whether or not they're legally eligible to vote. Which it just came down to not trying to launch a lawsuit around race or launch a lawsuit around partisan politics, right? But launch a lawsuit around a basic question of law, and that was whose responsibility is it to determine voter eligibility?
That's right.
Just that simple. Because we looked at what happened in Texas and other states where people relied on their probation officer to say that it was okay, and they still got arrested. And they still had to serve. Something was inherently wrong with that, because if we're relying on the state to tell us whether or not we're eligible, and they say we can go vote, or if everybody, and that was the whole thing too, everybody that got arrested had one thing in common. They were all issued a voter identification card by their respective states. So it was very simple for us. Whose responsibility? Because if we can't rely on the state, then who do we rely on? And that opened the door, and because of that, now for the first time ever in the state of Florida, that the advisory opinions have a time limit specifically for people with felony convictions on their records who want to find out whether or not they're eligible to vote.
And in addition to that, Florida Rights Restoration Coalition also pays off people's fees and fines, right? So a direct pathway to getting them registered and civically engaged. We've talked a lot about the law, legal services, policy advocacy. Let's talk about that trust. Because I've been a lawyer long enough to know that if your client don't trust you, you can't do nothing for them. Because they're not going to give you good information, right, to be able to do something for them, to be able to advocate on their behalf. Talk a little bit about how people receive you as an impacted person who knows the law. Talk about how that facilitates pathways of trust. And even if you can't change the outcome any different from another lawyer, but just the fact that they're hearing it from somebody who they believe. Can y'all expand upon that a little bit?
So once again, I want to lay a foundation to this, right? A very quick one. That this is what I've learned, right? And somehow or another, talking to folks within my organization, I quickly learned this lesson. Number one is that I don't have a monopoly on the suffering, nor do I have a monopoly on the solution, right? I'm gonna say that again, right? Because even though I did time, right, everybody's time ain't like my time, right? Everybody's solution to this, like maybe I might have had a better experience being incarcerated in my 10 years than somebody did in their one day, you know? So I can't say that I have all the answers to the suffering and all the answers and all the solutions, right? I just can't. And I think coming from that perspective allows me to now engage in someone in such a way to where they're more trusting of me, because I'm not even coming off as if I already know what their problem and what the answer to their problem is. I already know the pain or the trauma that they've been through, and I already got, I know what the answer is, because then I'll be engaging in social malpractice, right? And you know, social malpractice is just like medical malpractice. You walk into a doctor's office, and before anybody say anything to anybody, he's writing you off prescriptions, saying take 2 of these and 3 of these, right? And you're going to look at him like he's crazy, right? Because he forgot to do one thing. He didn't have a conversation with you. Now, in spite of all the degrees he had on that wall, he didn't have a conversation with you. And so I know that even as a directly impacted person with a law degree, man, I can't come to that person as if I know what they're going through. I might have an idea, but I need to listen and I need to engage with them. And when the person is able to see that you're willing to listen and engage with them, they become more trusting.
So, this was an issue because being not just being a lawyer, but being a public defender, right? And public defenders have some of the worst, reputations in the criminal legal system. And so for me, it was about allowing people to have autonomy over their lives, right? Like, I can't tell you what's going to be best for you. I can present you with the facts, but I can't tell you what to do. Like, I can't make the decision for you. And just allowing people to do that, you know, kind of like what Desmond said, you know, yes, I'm directly impacted. And I used to, you know, give this talk about I am my client and my client is me. But then one time I had to stop and I'm just like, but is my client really me? You know, just thinking about, you know, my path and then the clients and their paths, like, yes, I understood some of it, but you know, I didn't go to bed hearing gunshots at night. I never had to worry about where my next meal was coming from. I wasn't raised in a single family home. You know, I was not sexually abused. You know, so all of these things. So I really had to say, you know what, am I really my client? You know, and so it just really just like brought this whole different perspective. But, you know, my biggest thing is that allowing people to decide what they want with their lives. Like, I may have a client who comes in who's addicted to drugs. I may talk to the district attorney and they may say, okay, well, we'll let them go to drug treatment. My client may not want to go to drug treatment. They might just want to get out and go back and do drugs again, and that is your business. Like, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to make decisions for you. I'm not here to tell you how to live your lives. And people really respected that. But also the biggest thing too is that what I learned is that people know that this system is stacked against them.
That's right.
Right? You know that coming in. You know that this system is not for us. You know that it is stacked against you. And sometimes all my clients wanted was for somebody to listen.
That's right.
That was it. You know, that was all a lot of them wanted, was just for somebody to listen, right? And then they'd be like, okay, Miss Haynes, go out there and get me the best that you can, right? Because I listened to them. I didn't judge them. I let them make the decisions. And so a lot of that really just was the foundation for building the trust, you know what I'm saying, with my clients. But not only that, but also with folks in the community as well, too, because that's just as important, is being able to not just build trust with my clients, but to be able to build trust with the people in the community, so that some of my clients knew who I was even before I met them, because they had heard somebody else say something about me, you know, in the community and different things like that. So it was really important. And like I said, I would always tell people, allow people to make their own decisions about their own lives. Give people the autonomy to do so.
I'm getting the stank eye from Christy over here that my time is running thin. But I wanna close this out with a few facts. 56% of black people in this country live in the Southeast. Name the region of the country where felon disenfranchisement is the worst. The Southeast. Our felon disenfranchisement laws are worse than anywhere else in the country, and it's intentional, y'all. The thing that we learned in our litigation is that in the state of North Carolina, felon disenfranchisement did not even exist in our Constitution until after the passage of the 15th Amendment, which gave black people the right to vote. It was intentional to neuter the political power of newly enfranchised people. So here we are today. We have to change these laws on a systemic level, and in the midst of changing those laws, we got to find all of our people and encourage them and their family members, right, to be civically engaged. We can out-mobilize the maps. I'm gonna say it again. We can out-mobilize and organize the maps if we put our minds to it and we do it smart and strategically. Will y'all give this panel a closing round of applause? Hold up for the picture. Remember, stay for the picture. Where's Christian? And then we'll transition to Christy for the policy advocacy panel.
Thank you, panelists. Give it up one more time. Thank you, Keita. Thank you, Desmond. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you've already seen, I have changed my shoes. It is that time of the day. I know some of y'all are sleepy because you ate. So walk around, do a little bit. But in 10 minutes, we will be back, okay? All right. All right, all right. Are we ready to come back? If you can hear me, clap one time. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. All right. So we are back. And before we start this next panel, which is about policy, I want to ask you something. How many of you have ever felt like the policy decisions that govern your life were made by people who never lived your life? That's most of us in this room. And that gap between who makes the rules and who has to live by them is exactly what this panel is about. The tagline for this conversation is changing the rules that govern the system. And our panelists, and our panelists today are not observers of policy, they are the architects of it. They've organized for it, lobbied for it, won it, and sometimes watched it get rolled back, and they showed up again anyway. So please welcome Bridgette Simpson, Executive Director and co-founder of BARD Business. Bree helped make formerly incarcerated people a legally protected class in Atlanta, and that campaign is now on its way to going national. We also want to welcome Tony Willis, Executive Director and founder of Ardela's House. Ardela's House is a part of the Safe House Network by Susan Burton's A New Way of Life, where she allows women to come have a place to re-enter, that they can get skills, job development, whatever they may need, reunify with their children, but they can do so in a safe and supportive environment. And finally, we have Don Harrington, Executive Director of Free Hearts, one of the only organizations in the country led by and for incarcerated and formerly incarcerated women and their families. Dawn is a Just Leadership USA Fellow, a tireless advocate, and someone who turned her own experience of incarceration into a life's mission. Welcome our esteemed panelists, you all. So, we right now in 2026 are in a complicated political moment. Bipartisan criminal justice reform has stalled federally, and states are moving in wildly different directions. And the people most harmed by this system are often excluded from the rooms where decisions get made. So after you introduce yourself and what you do a little bit more, talk about how are each of you navigating the reality of 2026? And the mics are right there.
This is a little different. I'm starting in the middle. But greetings, everyone. My name is Bridgette. I go by Bree, pronouns she and beautiful. And just recently, I mean, but I am the CEO and Executive Director of BARD Business. And what a pleasure it is to be here in this space with one of our own. That's an architect, right? I'm truly inspired to be in this space. And I think, how did I survive 2026? It feels like a documentary, right? Like surviving R. Kelly, surviving, surviving Big T, right? But I think 2026 really helped us to look internally at our strategy, right? Because everything ain't everybody else. Sometimes the raggedness is us, right? So I think it forced us to look internally on what our strategy is, examine the fact that our strategy as it was on its face was not working, is not working, and being able to identify the holes and being willing to be an architect to fill some of those holes. So I think I study movement ecology, and I think I was thinking about what season we were in, and I definitely believe that we are in our winter season. But winter is such a sexy season because we get to do things underground, right? People always want to look at like the hot things, right? We go march, we go do all of these things. But who was a winter soldier? Harriet Tubman, right? And Harriet did so many things underground. And then in the spring, you saw the manifestation of what was happening. Just because it's silent doesn't mean that anything isn't happening. It just means it's happening underground. And I think that it was high time for us to start doing some stuff underground. We were way too visible. We had our plans way too exposed. So that's what 26 gave to me. It gave me the gift of remembrance, remembering that, hey, we are winter soldiers, and we should have stayed winter soldiers, but the summer was too hot, so we was outside.
I love that. Who's going next? Dawn.
I'll go next. So my name is Dawn Harrington. I'm the executive director of Free Hearts, and we're a statewide organization in Tennessee that organizes across the urban and rural divide. That's led by formerly incarcerated women, and it organizes families impacted by incarceration all across the state. Everybody that's impacted by incarceration, and within that, we have a bunch of different strategies to it, but organizing is our core strategy and theory of change. But we also, of course, are running campaigns, we're doing direct services, we're building infrastructure, cooperative infrastructure as well, and doing some reentry. But within everything, we're pulling folks into our organizing work. And a big part of our organizing work is also inside and out. And 2026, it's been interesting, especially when I'm thinking about it from the perspective of policy advocacy as well. It's like, this has actually been our best legislative session yet. And I think part of it, and because this year actually, to what Keita said, we were able to pass voting rights legislation that removed barriers of court costs, which is the top barrier, even though they've rolled us back in some other areas, which we'll probably talk about rollbacks at some point in this, but it expanded the electorate, and as well as just yesterday did the final hurdle before the governor's desk to require intent for somebody to be held criminally responsible for what somebody else does. And thank you. And I think, for me, the lesson of that is really, and how I'm approaching 26 or any year that's right in front of us, is that these are campaigns that we've been moving and trying to, get done since both of them around, 2018, 2019. And so I think part of how I'm really thinking about and approaching 26 is that, part of what we're dealing with is that empire is crumbling. Things are changing whether we like it or not. And if we're just thinking about like what's in front of us and woe is us in these times, it's like we're gonna miss the opportunity that's really in this crisis. And we're running long games. Anything that we've ever done, nothing in a state like Tennessee is done overnight or quick. And so so the whole thing for me is how I'm approaching this year and how as an organization we are, and really have been able to bear some fruit, some harvest in a time, one of the political moments that I've never seen in my life, as well as one of the most difficult political environments, is really just looking at this as a long game and not just getting caught up, because we're, folks have 70 years, we're in the middle of a 70-year strategy coming into fruition right now. Like, or maybe even longer than that, hundreds of years strategy since, slavery was abolished. And so, well, except for, I'll say since slavery changed itself into mass incarceration and everything else. And so we're in the middle of long strategies. So we have to also be able to organize from those same perspectives. And when we think about, the milestones, yes, even with the 2 legislations that we passed, it's like we still got work to do. But at the end of the day, we're moving long-term strategies. And so 26 is just like any other year, and it's a year that we have to also work hard not to get distracted by all of the things and get more and more coordinated and harvest our lessons that we have, that we're learning from these times, settle our quarrels with each other, and really move forward and be able to move forward long-term strategies, because we can overcome. Just one thing that I see about moving policy in a state like Tennessee is that the only thing that can beat us is us. Because if we stay at it, we're going to eventually get it done. And I think as a movement and how I'm approaching this year is really just a reminder of like not getting distracted, just stay the course.
Thank you for that. And to Mother Tony, introduce yourself and then talk about the reality of 2026 for you in Philly.
My name's Tony Willis. I'm the founder and executive director of Ardella's House, and I wear many hats there. And first of all, it's an honor to be on stage with these two. They have been doing this work around legislation and policy much longer than I have. I said I wasn't going to work on policy anymore because my last bill took me 5 years, and I had Pamela Wynn calling me, asking me, do you need me to come to Pennsylvania? So the bill that we're working on right now is compassionate release. I want the women to come home and die with dignity.
That's right, Tom.
And I think I only told Pam, or did I tell you, we just got our third house, and that house would be for women to come home and die with dignity. A lot of women can't be released. They have no place to go. So that's why this house will be a house for women to come home and be around their loved ones and die with some dignity. Policy in Pennsylvania is a different state, let me tell you, than most states. I know the bill that we did, which was the dignity bill, a lot of people got the bill passed in 6 months, a year. It took me 5 years to get that bill passed. 5 freaking years. I've never seen anything like that because Pennsylvania is a different state. And one thing I can say, I would have to thank Cut 50 because they came to me and asked me would I represent them in the state of Pennsylvania to work this bill. I would have done it for nothing because I knew the importance of getting that bill passed. But this compassionate release bill, we just got Deborah Ward released, who did 43 years. 43 years, and in the state of Pennsylvania, we need to make changes because for them to be released, they have to give up all their meds to be released. So she has to be in pain and suffer. She had to come off of her oxygen, yes, to be released.
That's the compassion.
At first, she wasn't going to do it because she felt that she was going to die there and she wasn't going to be able to come home. Right. But thank God she was able to come home. And that's what we're going to do, continue fighting for our compassionate release bill in the state of Pennsylvania, that people shouldn't have to hire an attorney to go in and fight. A lot of people don't have the funds to pay for an attorney, but that's where we come in, and we pay for the attorney to fight for these women to be released, to come home to die with dignity. So that's our goal for the remaining of the year and the years to come.
Thank you all. And as I sat here, as y'all walked up and I looked back, I had an epiphany. I had a realization that all 4 of us met in Tulsa, Oklahoma, back in 2018 at the Free Her Conference convened by the National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls. Shout out to Andrea James for bringing us all together. And the relationships have remained intact. And I want to say, I said that because, Bridget, when we were there, you were telling me that you wanted to get us to be a protected class. And you were like, what do you think, sis? You think that's? I was like, yeah, I think you should do that, sis. You were like, people telling me I'm crazy. And I was like, nah, actually, that sounds like that made good sense to me. And so to see, not only did you help win that in Atlanta, but it is moving nationally. Explain to the people in the audience who may not fully understand, what does protection actually provide when you're a protected class, and what does it cover?
Wow, so one thing that I can say is that protection in different states look different, right? But I think when I had this vision, I just thought, hey, if I move to Chicago, if I move to Tennessee, it doesn't matter where I'm at. I want to be free. Like, I want to divorce these 44,000 permanent punishment, like Brother Marlon calls them, right? I want to divorce these things. So for me, I felt like, okay, that meant that we had to get some type of network, right? We had to make sure that folks could, in Florida, I know people can lose their driver's license, right? That isn't the case in Georgia. I know in other places, folks lose their right to vote. That is the case in Georgia, but you can be reenfranchised after a certain time. But I just realized that it is different in different states. So the only way for us to be able to get housing, right? Because when we think about reentry, how can you rebuild a life if you don't have a home?
Come on.
How can you rebuild a life if you don't have a job, or if you have to have 5 jobs, right? How can you build a home if you are built out, you're left out of like mental health services, life insurance? How can you build anything? You cannot rebuild if you are denied basic human rights. I didn't name anything like, oh, how can I get a Ferrari? No, I'm talking about basic human rights, access to foods. There are places where you cannot get welfare. You cannot get access to stipend. You cannot get access to anything if you have a criminal conviction. So that means that you are really just preparing us to come back to jails and prisons, right? So that you can continue that wheel of monetary enrichment for yourselves, right? But I realized that in order for us to get any rights, we had to stop trying to go right by right? It was just taking too long, and I'm an instant gratification gal, right? Like, I want my food right now. Like, I can't wait till it cooled down. I want to be free right now. I'm crazy enough to believe that I could see liberation in my lifetime,
That's right.
or at least a glimpse of it, right? Like, just a glimpse. I might have to be like Moses on a mountaintop and just look at the promised land, even if I can't
get to
go.
it. That's right.
I still want to see what's up. I want to see how my baby gonna live. I want to see, so that's where we came up with the protected class, right? Because it's the least amount of pen strokes with the most amount of rights, right? And I think of the things that some of my forefathers and the people the shoulders that I stand on. I think of Norris Henderson, right? And I think of Daryl Ackerson, and I think about Desmond Meade. I think about those guys that was bold enough to go up in that White House and say, hey, let these people have a job, ban the box, right? I think about that, and I think about studying that campaign back and forth. They was like, that's not your campaign. I'm like, I know. I know. And showing up on Norris's doorstep to say, hey, I got some questions. Can you help me, right? Because I know that if they did it in that way, that I could duplicate it, right? I don't have to reinvent the wheel, but I can sure make it pink so it can match what I'm doing. Right? So that's exactly what I did. I studied what would it look like for us to actually build some momentum locally, right? And then from that momentum, build a statewide momentum, right? And then from there, boom, up in the White House. That's what them guys did, and brought Maryland Wynn up in there too. I said, oh, that's what we're gonna do. But that's not how it actually happened. How it happened is that we passed it in the city of Atlanta, and then people started showing up on my doorsteps. And the movement became the movement then, right? It defined itself. So then I just think about what it looked like. Somebody from Baltimore came to an M4BL conference and was like, I just came because I just wanted to come find you. And I was like, wow. We're going to find each other, right, when we're motivated. And some people are like, oh, it's just a little city win. Oh, au contraire. Because it was the momentum. It was the fact that it happened, right? It was the fact that everybody and their mamas told me I was crazy. And in order for me to have that dream, I was, right? I had to be downright obsessed with it. I always share with you, if your dreams don't scare you, they are not big enough. They are not big enough. And if people think that you are sane, you got the wrong dream. The wrong dream. So that is how it happened. The people came to the doorstep, and then God did the rest.
That's right.
God did the rest, and we built a network. And the network now, Rosalind talked about the 13. We are actually in 17 different states right now. And these are grassroots effort, because I can't tell you that we have a whole bunch of money, y'all. But people will invest in what they want. People are investing in freedom. and in liberation, and that may not have a price tag to it, but it has the tag of freedom attached.
Thank you for that. And Bree made a good point that Desmond, Darrell, Norris, and they included Miss Marilyn and I think some other women, but they were the leaders at that White House of that discussion, and that's great, and we appreciate the work that y'all did. But Free Hearts centers mothers and families, people who are too often treated as collateral damage rather than as folks who are directly impacted. So how do you build political power from that base, Don, and how do you make sure that women's experiences drive the policy, not just inform the policy?
Good question. So the first piece of legislation that we worked, and you shouted out National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls. It's funny because the very first, when we first met them, we were just getting started, and we said we wanted to do some different things. And I'll just say, I don't know how I missed Schoolhouse Rock, because everybody's telling me, like, you didn't know Schoolhouse Rock. But anyways, they had this piece of model legislation, and we said we wanted to center mothers, and it was talking about keeping families together. And I said, go get that legislation. And so we passed it off to one of our elders, and somebody called me. It was like, hey, the bill's been introduced. I said, thank you very much. Okay, have a nice day. I didn't know what they was really even saying, to be honest. And so I told somebody that was with us around that time, and they were like having a conniption fit, and they was like, oh. I was like, what's going on? They were like, we got to figure out how to pass it to a law. I said, a law? We about to pass a law. And it's kind of good that there was a level of naivete, because going up in that legislature, I didn't know what we was going to have to be going through. And so at that time, it was a million things we wanted to do, but we said we were going to start off inside the jail because we knew our experiences, but we wanted to start with the people that were going through right then first, organize with them. So we had this jail program, which at first was just, eventually they were like, y'all need to come with a curricula or something. We were just, what's the problems? What we about to do about it? They were like, yeah, y'all, they let us do that for a little while. But even when we did bring a curriculum, we were bringing the legislation into them. And most of them were mothers. And it was about community-based alternatives to incarceration for primary caretakers, which several other states now have passed. We ultimately passed it. But basically just bringing it into the jail, strategizing like how do y'all want to do? How should we push this? What stories should we put together? Putting in report, getting quotes from people, getting them to get their families involved. Really just with everything when they were like pushing different things to negotiate, hey, and in fact, at this time, Keita was still at the public defender's office. We're like, what does this mean? When she said telling them what it means, what does this mean? They said that, they would be willing to do this. Like, what does this even mean? Bringing it back to them, what do y'all think? What do y'all think about this? And, ultimately, and I will say this too, and I'm gonna bring it to a close, but we kept also hearing as we were bringing this in that our constituents don't want this. And another campaign that we started around that time, around the criminalization of poverty, I ain't even gonna get into it, but basically it pushed us out into part of the state, that sundown town that we would have been scared to go to. And these are where the constituents, because most of the constituents that decided this was from rural Tennessee. And we realized, okay, there may be Confederate flags everywhere, but there's 15 people in a single wide trailer, and all of them is formerly incarcerated, and they get it repossessed, and they ain't got nowhere to go. And so we like, wait a minute, these are the constituents that they're hiding behind, and really were able to start figuring out, okay, how can we build a movement statewide? How can we get some of their constituents involved? Because they're impacted by this as well also. And so really getting those mamas also involved, calling their legislators, the women at their faith homes, and all of these different things, and ultimately was able to pass that legislation.
And Tony, I want to go to you, but I'm going to ask this of everybody, but you named the tension in policy advocacy between wins that are achievable now and transformation that's necessary long-term. And so when you were fighting for those 5 years, how did you hold both? How did you celebrate the incremental without losing the vision and the momentum?
I knew nothing about legislation, just like you were saying. No one gave me a book. No one told me what to do. They just said, here's the bill, run with it. Pennsylvania, again, was a little different. When we started, it was a package of bills. I never even heard of a package of bills. They had 15 bills. And I said, if I only get 3 minutes when I go in here, how the hell am I going to go over a package of bills? And I kept telling them, this isn't going to work. I had more sense than they did. I kept saying, too many bills. You're going to have to cut this down. It's way too many bills. So what they finally did was they took pieces from each bill. But what I do have a lot of respect for the legislators, they didn't approve anything unless I approved it, which they didn't have to do that. But nothing went through unless I read it and I approved it. But the interesting thing that I learned, it was all Dems, and I had sense enough to know this bill's not going to pass with just all Dems. What are y'all doing? How long y'all been up here? We wind up getting a male Republican, a white man from York, Pennsylvania. If you know anything about PA, that's up in the mountains. Listen, when they brought him to me and they said he was going to lead on the Republican side, and when he would come and talk about the bill, every time he even mentioned tampons, he turned red. And I used to joke with him. I said, when you was a little boy, your mama didn't give you a note to go to the store to go get her some pads and stuff like that. He couldn't understand what I was talking about. But let me tell you something. By the time that bill was passed, and it hurts me to say that he fought for that bill harder than the Dems, women that were with me, that man, Mike Jones, out of York, PA, fought for that bill, was on every call with me, setting up every meeting, going to every meeting, getting me in doors that I knew I wouldn't have been able to get in on my own to talk about that bill. And the crazy part about it, I had more challenges with the women Republicans than the male Republicans. And I found that really interesting because we're talking about stop shackling women during labor, talking about unlimited feminine hygiene products, talking about not putting pregnant women in solitary confinement. And I know a few times I had to remove myself from the room because I said, if I said what was on my mind, and if you know me, I have no problem with biting my tongue. I said, this bill's not going to get passed. Because they would say to me, well, if she was put in solitary confinement, obviously she did something to get put there. This is what the Republican women were saying to me. But it took me a long time. I'm happy that I made a few friends up there on the other side, that when I go in there with this next bill, it won't be as hard to get into the room that I need to be in. So,
shout out to you. Thank you so much. And so as we are running down, y'all have done such a good job, but we want to stay on time. I'm going to end with a closing question for every one of you. If you could have it your way, what would be the one policy win that would change the most lives in the next 5 years? And what would it take for this room and this network to make it happen? Well, several. Think about it. I stumped the panel, y'all.
All right, so as it was very difficult for me to think of one bill because I believe that bills should be replicated throughout the states. I believe freedom should look the same in every state, regardless, right? So I always think of Ban the Box as the bill that opened the door for us, right? Got us through the door. I think of Clean Slate as our North Star, that like this is the bill that will help us to get our records evacuated without us even having to worry about, some of those things in the eventuals, right? And I think of the protected class as that purgatory that lives in the space in between. Ban the Box and Clean Slate. And then I think about, so those are three, and then I think about the Fully Free campaign that Brother Marlon is moving on up in Chicago, and I think about that, and then I think about some of the maternal health things that folks have been fighting for. So I think that's 5, right? And I think that if we all can stand behind 5 of the bills and then get, while we're here, get the lawyers to come and fill in the spaces, I actually think that with these five sure enough bills that we can actually move this needle, right? Because I also want to say, and I would be remiss if I didn't, that movement, the way that it is, has collapsed, or it is collapsing. And we can't continue to do the things in the ways that we have been, right? Because there won't be a movement for us to build, right? We won't be building anything. So I think it's really important that we may need to investigate those 5 policy priorities and stick behind them until we move them. And yeah, that's what I got. So thank y'all.
Yeah, that's a really hard question, because I could keep y'all in here all day, like close the doors and tell y'all my whole list of policy, but I think I am gonna just kind of stick to one. So when we first started really building statewide and stuff like that, and being that we're directly impacted, we're pulling directly impacted people into the movement, and our state is #1 now in felony debt. We were #1 behind Florida before, but now we're #1 in the whole country for felony disenfranchisement. And when we first started really getting their constituents are calling them, then we're getting word this legislator said, oh, we looked up who they have calling us, can't none of them vote, And in our state between 1973 and 1981, there was no felony disenfranchisement. People could vote from inside of the prison. There's still people that are incarcerated in prison right now, very small number, that were convicted during that time that were able to vote, and that are able to vote now. In fact, when we first started doing jail voting, it was more people voting from the prison than the jail. Nobody was voting from the jail, but there was still a few people voting from the prison that was convicted during that time. And I think that is the power to what Daryl said in the beginning. Us being able to, y'all ain't gonna do this, we're gonna move y'all out the way. You know what I mean? That's our power to be, because there's a lot of criminal justice reform that I wanna do, but part of us having the power to be able to do that is us to be feared or respected as a voting block, as somebody that can really move you out the way. And so, of course, this is by design for us to not be able to do that. And so I think that is, for me, if I could do that, all of the other whole long list that I will hold y'all hostage to tell y'all about, we can get those done if we can get voting rights for all. Because even within, for example, our inside-outside organizing, our folks inside these prisons, every single prison has people from every single county in it. You know what I mean? They have incredible outreach. But at the end of the day, if a lot of us are disenfranchised, and they're doubling down on the voter suppression, it's a system we didn't get into rollbacks, but even with our voting, we've gotten a step forward, but they've rolled us back in so many other ways, because it's systems theory. It's the system returning itself to normal, because the system of voter suppression is how we're here today. In fact, when the disenfranchisement increased, that's how our state politically turned to the state that it is, the supermajority that it is right now. And so voting rights for all would be the one, and the way we do it is to build a strong movement and to keep going until we get it. And with the wins that we get, in the meantime, you flexing and using that power to continue to build it up.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say after these two, because these two said everything, but I must say, about the dignity bill. It started with Cut 50 and it ended with dream.org. The name was changed umpteen times. That's how long it took us to work this bill, okay? Sometimes I had to say, what are we called now? But I just want to thank dream.org for, supporting me at the end with the bill that started with Cut 50. I don't know what to say because y'all touched every base, but it's 6, and also still compassionate release.
Yeah.
Compassionate release. Let these women come home and die with dignity.
Mm.
Okay, that's all I
So
gotta
that
say.
leads us, thank y'all. Give it up for our panel. So in our reentry panel, I told you about our plans to have the Dignity House, right, for pregnant and perinatal substance users. But we also plan to have similar house to Tony, a compassionate release house where people can die in dignity, because it is our belief that the door of life and the door of birth and the door of death are the same door, and they both deserve to be held with dignity. And so we're going to provide a place for our people to come home to, and a real home with palliative care, right, and given by people who may have been barred from the system themselves, right? We have a lot of doctors and nurses who have lost their ability to practice due to substance use, and so we're going to re-enfranchise those healthcare workers to reimagine what does it look like to care for our own people. So, yeah, we have a lot of good things coming up, and so again, let's give a applause. Bridget, Dawn, and TT Tony, you've given this room something real today, not just strategy, but conviction, and that is what moves policy. So thank you for your work. We have one more panel this afternoon. We're going to hold to take the picture with Christian, but we have one more panel, and in some ways, it's the panel that makes all of the others possible, because you can organize, you can do the legal work, and you can win policy fights, and still lose everything if you don't have the infrastructure to sustain it. So Daryl will lead our final panel, Scaling Movement Infrastructure, with Eric Atkinson of Black Star Rising and Monica Landry of Triumvirate Valuations.
Thank you.
Get all my crap out of your way.
Great job, y'all. Great job. Everyone knows Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, but very few people know the person who was behind making that possible. His name was Bayard Rustin. He helped plan the March on Washington. 250,000 people on the National Mall, and he did it in 8 weeks, right? To pull off a demonstration, an action of that scale, took infrastructure, it took finances, it took logistics, it took volunteer coordination, it took back office support that no one talks about, that very few people even are aware of. But if you didn't have it, that never would have happened. Movements today need similar back office infrastructure in an era of increased legal compliance, financial compliance, human resource management, state and federal financial oversight. You need your systems in order. Otherwise, you will open your doors one day and very soon will be closing them, or potentially be walking in handcuffs, going back to a place you don't want to be because you didn't follow the rules of the game and you didn't have the infrastructure that you needed. This next panel is going to talk about how SCF, Second Chance Federation, is partnering with Black Star Rising and Triumvirate Evaluations to try to build that back office infrastructure for the movement. I'm going to invite Eric Atkinson and Monica Landry to the stage, and they each are going to talk about some of their company's contributions to providing movement support that's needed. Now, obviously, you all might recognize the last name. I've known my brother all my life. Monica, on the other hand, I got to know through Norris Henderson, and I want to bring his name into the room. Norris couldn't be here today because his wife, Sister Cassandra, is ill, and he's at home taking care of her, being the dutiful spouse that he should be. But when we encountered our separation, right, Norris was able to be, and still is until we get our IRS determination letter, our fiscal sponsor. And that's how I met Monica. Monica in Triumvirate Evaluations provides all of the back office support for VOTE. VOTE has become an institution for our people, but that wouldn't have been possible without Triumvirate Evaluations. Black Star Rising is bringing legal support, tech support to our legal organization, building a case management system and integrating technology systems that's not only going to benefit us, but that's going to provide us the ability to have a legal case management system where we can do legal work and other attorneys can join our network and do legal work all across the country. So I want you all to give them a round of applause. You should have a two-pager on your table that explains our legal cooperative that we're developing, and you should also have something from Triumvirate Evaluations that explains their services. But my first question is easy. I just want you all to introduce yourselves, tell a little bit about your trajectory to this work, and some of the offerings that your companies provide.
Hi, and thank you, Darryl. I just want to thank Darryl for the invitation and to be in this place with such great individuals who are doing so much great work for our community. And also just to give Norris his flowers, even though he's not here, he has played such a huge part in my career, just doing this and working for so many other nonprofits who is connected to Voice of the Experience. So I am Monica Landry, and I am the founder and principal consultant for Triumvirate Financial. And as Darryl mentioned, we take care of the back office work, which to keep you guys compliant. And I can assure you that there's quite a few people in this audience who are wearing several hats in their organizations, which is the ED, the financial person, the programmatic person, everything. But for what we do at my company, we actually do that for you in the back. We take care of your financials, the human capital, and the operations, and the IT, and we partner with other folks in their business to help us with that. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Monica. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Atkinson, and as you can probably tell, I'm Darryl's brother. I'm a principal at Black Star Rising. Black Star Rising was founded by my partner, Dr. Latasha Levy. If you could wave, please. Our work originally was about Black liberation studies and Africana studies, and Dr. Tasha's desire to bring that out of the ivory tower of academia and higher education and to the people, to lifelong learners, and also to different populations, right? My work is about technology. My background is in tech. I've been working in tech for the last 26 years now. I'm aging myself. So anyway, but now I'm thinking about the intersection of technology and education and cultural intelligence, and also what we are beginning to coin and think of as liberation technology. What does that look like, right? And I think of this quote from Sonia Sanchez, and this is about the pivot and how it got me here. And I heard someone else say this earlier in the room today. Does it help us get free? And all the work I've been doing for all the billions of companies, or the companies who are making billions out there, and the CEOs who have gobs of money, the Microsofts, the Metas, the Amazons of the world, it doesn't help us necessarily get free. It helps them make more money. And so by knowing my brother, by living his experience as well as a family member, right? You all know this, of a formerly incarcerated person. You live that experience with them in a different way, but you live it with them. We're all activated. You see all of us here today, right? And so that's where we are now, and that's how Black Star Rising can offer our services to you, not only through cultural intelligence and educational kind of coursework, through Black liberation studies. And Black studies is not about the studies of Black people. Tasha corrects me about that all the time. It's about really a worldview of liberation, and how can we get there. And so that's the intersection of Black Star Rising and why we're here today.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Monica, talk about some of the common pitfalls that people fall into who have a lot of passion, but not maybe necessarily the back office support that they need for their organizations to stay healthy.
That's a good one. Thank you. That's a good question. I would say one where is allocation of the funding that you get from the funders. I notice and consistently we see across nonprofit organizations where they're granted the money from a funder, whether it's restricted or non-restricted, but the way that it's allocated and managed within the organization is what gets a lot of folks in trouble. It's a clear distinction of whether the funds are restricted for a particular program or whether the funds are operating, which means there's no restrictions. You have autonomy as an executive director to use those funds how you see fit to move your organization in a sustainable, financially sustainable direction. So again, what I do see a lot of is just how the organizations are not actually allocating the funding how it should be or how the actual grant has instructed them to.
This is probably a worst case scenario story of the example that Monica brings up, but I remember Christy was telling me about a mom who lost her son to gun violence. Started an organization out of that pain, was getting some resources to support the organization, but she was under the mistaken impression that that was her money and was going to do things with that money that were of a personal nature that got her in trouble, right? So it's just the basic understanding of corporate structure, sometimes that our people don't have, that back office support, if you provide it to them, it can help keep them out of trouble. Eric, I want to go to you next with some of the IT needs, some of the common areas of weakness that particularly small grassroots organizations have when it comes to information technology that we're trying to solve for.
I think that's a great question. I'll piggyback on what Monica said first around compliance. Al knows this. Al is a great partner of you all with Florida Rights Restoration and the work he's been doing there around the software needs that you all have seen. Security is utmost, right? PO is priority number one. Security and compliance around even the information technology, right? Are you GDPR compliant? Are you California data protection compliant? Are you SOC 2 compliant, type 2 compliant? Are you legal hold compliant for your legal services? And that varies by state and by the feds, right? And so are you meeting those compliance regulations when it comes to your data and your information technology as well? Particularly, are you redacting personally identifiable information of people in sensitive populations? Are you ensuring that you conduct research correctly with folks who may be of protected classes, right? These are things that all come into compliance. The other thing around security is ensuring that you actually don't leak sensitive information of protected people, right? Especially people, and I've been hearing this all day long, recurring theme with this crowd, trust, especially eroding trust of people that you've had to build over time, right? Over and over and over again, and they've been, that trust has been burned with these people over and over and over again, right? That can happen in a blink of an eye with your digital systems and your information technology.
No, that is so true. I know we would have these experiences when we were phone banking or hustle texting people from our directly impacted list. Folks get real peculiar about their information, right? They be like, how you get my number? How you know about my record? And we were like, it's public information. It's on the court website. State Board of Elections, let us know about your voting history. So this idea of data protection is really, really real to people. Don and I were sharing about some of the sensitivities about data breaches, right? Is your data getting exposed? And imagine if an attorney general or a district attorney who doesn't have our interests at hand gets a list of directly impacted people who've been convicted of felonies. They could potentially send law enforcement in their direction, right? Because I know in Tennessee, to even try to register to vote while you are disenfranchised is a felony. No, let me repeat that, because see, I think that went over y'all head. I don't think y'all heard me. To even try to register to vote, right, while you are disenfranchised is a felony. These systems of harm by design have been in place a long time. So for us, you know, Spider-Man said with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. So if we're gonna have and be these conduits for our people, we gotta have the responsibility to keep their data protected. Monica, let's move to the human resource realm, because Triumvirate, not only financially do you all provide back office support, you all also provide human resource support. Talk about some of the common pitfalls or areas where we need to shore up, where we need to get stronger to make sure that we're being human resource compliant.
That's another great point you make, because everything, of course, is tied to the money. Everything. It begins and it ends with the money. I can't express that enough. So the people equity is what I call it. People capital is the human resource part. And what I find as the organizations scale, as they get more money, they hire more people. And when you hire more people, you find that you are not sustaining the growth. So those employees become not aligned with one another, and you tend to have, the more staff you have, the more people capital is what I want to keep calling it, the more human capital that you have in your organization, the more you see where the systems are falling off track. Folks are not aligned to the mission, and they don't have clarity of what their assignments are. So what we come in and do a lot with some organizations, we see where there's a lot of infrastructure that has been torn down due to the growth that the organization is not able to sustain. So you see that a lot of just dysfunction within the employees. So we come in and we do like one-on-one sessions with each employee, just trying to rebuild the infrastructure, because it's not just the money, it's the people who make the organization happen. And of course, I've seen that just being here today. So we come in and we have some one-on-one sessions, find out from the staff what's, you know, where is the breakdown. And what we find a lot of is that the staff saying they don't get clarity. They get hired, but no one gives them an actual just clearly what their position is. You just, nowadays I see is no longer orientation or training for 8 weeks. We just kind of baptize people by fire. And when you do that, you see as time goes on, there's just dissension. It creates something that I can't even describe it, but I know that it's not, it can be fixed. And if you implement some structures and systems and make things align, things will come together with the staff. But it does happen when you see growth. It's called growing pains. So.
No, that's an excellent point. We've seen so many organizations in the field start off small and scrappy, get a rapid infusion of funds, can't support the growth that comes with that, and then fall apart. In addition, triumvirate evaluations can help you with your policies and procedures, your employment manual, your travel policies, your financial policies. None of this is the sexy stuff, y'all. But this is the stuff that gets you in trouble, right? When you don't have these things in place, right? And so just having all of those kind of systems and documentation to support it is critically important. And having an organization, as I forgot who said it, well, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. They can do that piece for you, and you can be more focused on mission and purpose, right? Eric, let's move to scrappy nonprofits, mission-driven folks often are focusing externally. We got to do the program work. We got to do the work in the community, right? oftentimes last on that grocery list is information technology. Can you talk about how that might be a missed opportunity, particularly now in the age of AI and rapidly developing technology?
Absolutely. Great question, and thank you for teeing that one up for me. I'll start by just shouting out a couple more people, consultants who work with Black Star Rising, Mr. Damian Floyd, our data analyst, if you could just raise your hand. Mr. Joel Allen, our researcher, communication specialist. The reason I say that is because there's more to it than just technology, right? It's information, it's your storytelling, it's the way you share your impact with the world, it's the way you connect your data to other sources and to each other for even greater impact, right? It's more than technology, and the technology is usually in the service of the mission, of the people. It is not just for tech itself. Having said that, every one of you in here, every organization in here is a digital organization in 2026. There's no other way about that. Moving forward, that's the future as well. And so as you talk about new intelligence, new technologies, embracing them, being able to be scrappy and nimble, small and scale in ways that you can amplify your impact across your limited resources. Using technology to do that is one tool. And so we specialize in not only kind of like the communication and storytelling, but also then connecting the data in ways to partners that exist right now, in ways that you can amplify that storytelling while still remaining small or still having maybe limited resources.
So one small example that we're playing with, particularly related to automation. Jason earlier was talking about some of our court watching initiatives that have birthed out of Greensboro. But to go into court, they don't let you bring no electronics, right? You know what I mean? And our people are tracking judges imposing fees and fines as well as their sentences, but they have to do this by paper. So that's an analog system, bunch of paper stacks up, right? But this is where technology can come in. We can automate using the bots, using the agents or whatever they're called, right? Scan in all of those documents, make object character recognition, give it the ability to pick out the key pieces of information, like what was the fine, what was the sentence, who was the judge, right? And they do all of that for us to accelerate some of the work that we're trying to do. That's an example, y'all, that we don't have to fight this stuff. We can find out how to use it for the best interests of our movement, right? Monica, we're thinking about the long game now. What are some of the best investments that an organization can make for long-term stability in the realms that you deal with, finance, HR, things of that nature?
Well, I would say first, invest in your team. Make sure that you do have a solid team in your organization, that you have people who, I think Desmond said it, the best person in the subject matter expert you have. Make sure you have that. And second, I would say make sure that you have reserves for your organization. It's often too many times where I see organizations where they're not looking at the long term for the funding. They get so used to having these, what I want to call them, reoccurring or multi-year grants and dependent on those kind of things and not necessarily investing in your community. There are people in your community who have money, who are willing to invest in your organization. And build yourself a reserve. That piece is so important. And also invest in, I want to say just back off, Eric, invest in your IT. Right now we're in 2026 and we're seeing a lot of fraud. A lot of things that are happening with people's bank accounts. I have some clients that had to put their bank accounts on triple check. People are getting real creative out here. So just to Eric's point, make sure that you have some good infrastructure. It's unfortunate that IT and the back office comes last on a lot of organization lists, and to me, that should be the first thing. If I start a business today, that would be the two things I do, especially in this era. Invest in my IT services and my back office immediately. Because the one thing I know this administration can get the organization with is your funding. And they will come after you for it. So that would be my investment, your people and your back office.
Awesome, awesome. Eric, same question.
I'll second that. I'll say, and just add on, I think shared collective kind of planning and strategic planning, sharing those burdens, but also the wins and the cost. You all know that IT costs are going up and up and up. They're never going to go down. So let's just think of it that way. It's always going to be more expensive. It's Moore's law, right, around like just even computing power. And so if you think about that, then it's incredibly difficult for one organization to burden the responsibility to do everything they want to do under the sun with their technology. So share resources, share data as appropriate. But also then think about, as you were saying earlier, who's going to help, pay the bill and cut the check, sharing those costs as well. So it's not any one burden on any one organization.
We are near the end of our time. I'm going to ask my panelists for any closing thoughts that you would want to be able to share with movement leaders and how your organizations can help support their efforts. Now, this isn't a pitch zone, but what we are trying to do is show each other that we got everything we need, y'all. We really do. We got the people to watch the money. We got the people to do the IT. We're going to do the movement work. We got everything that we need in-house, right? Any last comment, any last words y'all want to share with the folks?
I just, for me, is basically just monitor your infrastructure within your organization. I mean, keep it tight. Always pay attention to when things are starting to grow. And just remain fiscally sustainable, whatever that looks like to you. And just be proactive about your funding. And when I say proactive, I mean think 6 months ahead and think 5 years ahead. So if anything happens to the funding, you can pretty much see where the organization is going to go. But just be planned, prepared, and just remain fiscally sustainable. And I think you guys do, sitting here since this morning, you do amazing work. I could never, I take my hat off to you. This has been, thank you again, Darryl, just for being a part of this. I've learned so much. So that would be my closing remark. Thank you guys, and thank you for your services.
I'll say the same really quickly. I just want to back up the last point that Monica made. The work that we heard about happening today was just mind-blowing, blown away. I said this to Darryl in a conversation before we even engaged with Second Chance Federation about whether or not we wanted to go down this path. And I was saying that it's a privilege to do this work. It really is. And so I feel strongly about that. At Black Star Rising, we take this seriously. We are people-led. We believe in the things we heard today, even about being led by the people who are most impacted, right? The most marginalized people leading, owning the strategy, but also the outcomes. Our approach is human-centered. That's human-centered technology as well as human-centered cultural intelligence. And so I'll leave you with that. We have been on a listening tour. It's been a learning experience from Darryl and his staff and team, but we are super excited about the work ahead and privileged to be here as well.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank our panelists. Know that we're trying to scale the movement, y'all, because we really believe in Ubuntu. I am because you are. We're not trying to build an empire. We're trying to build a movement. So that means, look, I used to have it like this in the street. Everybody got to eat. You know what I mean? Everybody got to be able to make it, right? Otherwise, you're going to have fractures. You're going to have infighting. You're going to have competition. But if I am because you are, if I'm strong because Free Hearts is strong, if I'm strong because FICPFM is strong, if I'm strong because benevolence is strong, right? We build a strong movement. All right, let's thank our panelists, y'all. Huh? Huh? Oh, we going right into it? All right. All right, y'all, we've come to the end of our program, at least the programmatic piece. We're now going to move straight into our reception. We have a special guest author. She happens to be my mama. She is a contributing author to Children of the Struggle. It's the story of those who stayed. Now, if you all are familiar with the author, Isabella Wilkerson, she wrote the book, The Warmth of Other Suns. It talked about one of the greatest migrations in world history, 5 million people leaving the Jim Crow South to go north, west, and seek better lives. The warmth of other suns. But there's a juxtaposition to that story. There were people who stayed. There were people who stayed in the Jim Crow South, raised families, built institutions, educated community members, right? And my mom is part of the people who stayed and part of the people who told that story. So what we're going to do now, she is going to read an excerpt of her book. We're going to listen. And then we're going to have a little Q&A where we can ask her some questions, because here's the piece that we got to understand, y'all. Struggle is intergenerational. I talked to my mother about a time like when black folks couldn't do this, that, and the other to try to get a source of inspiration for right now, because we're very much in those same places, right? So we very much believe in the wisdom of the elders. So I would ask that you all pay attention and give her a little bit of your time. You can sit at the seat. You don't want to sit down, or you want to stand? Okay. All right.
I'm so glad he didn't tell me to introduce myself. And I have to say, my other son, my IT son, I'm still analog. I got my papers. You know, this has been wonderful. Wonderful. I think this is the first time my son has invited me to come with him. And do you know that meme with the smiley faces and the head blows open? You have blown my head. No, seriously. I thought, listen to them. Listen to their stories. I mean, it was wonderful. It is wonderful. Who knew? Who knew? All right, back to me. I am a graduate of the 1964 class of Tuskegee Institute High School. Oh, good thing. During the pandemic in 2021, we were meeting via Zoom. We could not have in person. And so we decided to find out what we had been doing all of this time. You know, this has been almost 60 years. So we came together, and so it was introduced by one member. You know, why don't we start looking at why our ancestors stayed here? Well, you know, I hadn't really thought about it until I started thinking about it. And so the other thing is, and with them staying here in Tuskegee, Alabama, Macon County, Alabama, what impact did that have on you? And how did that affect us? We grew up we graduated in 1964. That was the Civil Rights Act. That was Freedom Summers. That was Bloody Sunday. That was meeting Dr. King in Montgomery, Alabama. That was seeing the death of a classmate, Sammy Young, who wanted to use a white restroom and was shot in the back. So this is what we're talking about. And so Darryl wanted me to read an abstract, and I really didn't know which part to talk about. So I took excerpts from different parts of the book. Oh, this is the book, Children of the Struggle and the Ancestors Who Stayed. It's an award-winning book by The Alabama Press, can you believe the Alabama Press said we were one of the best books they had that year? All right. There are 21 of us who contributed to the story. I'm going to read just some of my story. I was born into a family of ordinary people with extraordinary attributes, which allowed them to thrive despite the odds that were stacked against them. Each generation became educationally, economically, and socially stronger, even in the Jim Crow South. Both sets of my grandparents eventually were able to buy small lots and build modest homes for their families in Macon County between 1930 and 1940. Both sets of grandparents were working class people. They made their living doing laundry, cleaning, and cooking for others. It was quite an accomplishment for them as Black people living in the South to be able to buy land and build their own homes in those days. None of my grandparents had very much schooling, but they all could read and write. They were proud to be independent during the Depression. While not having full citizenship privileges, they were able to break through an untenable situation and own property. My father, Clymer White Sr., a traditional head of the household, was mainly responsible for the economic well-being of the family. He was a very proud and fearless Black man. So many of my memories of him involve an unyielding demand for respect in the segregated South. I will never forget an occasion during one of our road trips when a white man at a gas station referred to my father as uncle. It's a common term that many white people use to diminish Black people as subservient. Uh-oh, wrong move. I remember my father confronted this white man and using expletives, cussing, he let the man know that he was not his uncle and not to refer to him as such. Well, this made all of us observing this encounter, my siblings, my mother, my grandmother, and me, extremely nervous. In those times, cussing a white man out or simply standing up for yourself might have incited deadly rage in white folks. By the 1940s, thousands of Black people had been lynched or beaten in the South for simply demanding mutual respect. It is reported that more than 300 Black people had been lynched in Alabama alone. When my father took a stand, we did not know what would happen. By the grace of God, nothing happened, and it had to be God. My mother and another teacher taught in a two-room schoolhouse in Little Texas, Alabama, for many years until they were consolidated. Little Texas is in Macon County and lies 7 miles west of Tuskegee. In those schoolrooms, there were several age groups. Both women taught 3 or 4 grades at a time in the one room. For example, one room would have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. The second room would have 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. I remember the pot-belly stove used to heat the building, which was often cold during the winter months. There was no electricity nor plumbing in that school. Usually a community member would light the stove before the children and staff arrived so the rooms would not be too cold. Mother Dear and Miss Terrell were well respected in the community by the Black folk, and they respected them in return. It was as if her work with the rural community and mostly low-income students was a mission for her. She loved helping them. prepare for life, and seeing them move on and succeed. She taught for 30 years in Alabama. I was engaged in community outreach and worked in the public rural sector for many years. My sons saw and respected my work in outreach with the Maternal and Child Infant Care Project in Macon County, Alabama in the early 70s, the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, a nonprofit cooperative association of Black farmers and landowners in Epps, Alabama, the Veterans Administration Medical Center, and the Mississippi Medicaid Division of Maternal and Child Health in Jackson, Mississippi. It is important for my children, grandchildren, and now a great-grandchild to know their background and how their ancestors were able to make something sometimes out of nothing. It is important for them to understand the tenacity of our ancestors, even in the face of Jim Crow and what is now referred to as the new Jim Crow. Civil rights work is far from over. This leads me to reflect on the parallel journeys that I'm seeing between my sons and my daughters. They are all here today, and the work they are doing, and the work their father and I did with the Federation of Southern Cooperatives. When I think about the Federation, in case some have not heard of it, the Federation of Southern Cooperatives was developed by community organizations and leaders that were molded in the civil rights movement. It served as a voice for Black farmers. I was looking for Irma. Where was she? Because she deals with farming now. Landowners and cooperatives across the South. The Federation assisted in organizing and supporting groups of individuals to form jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprises to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs. The Federation, we just call it that instead of saying the whole name. The Federation worked to reverse the trend of Black land loss and encouraged economic development through outreach education, that's what I've heard all day, and direct technical assistance. I want to acknowledge that the work happening in this body belongs to a long Southern tradition of people responding to being excluded, not with resignation, but with collective power. The tradition lives in the mission of the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, and it lives in the work of the organizations supporting the formerly incarcerated people. The Federation emerged when Black farmers learned from a hard truth that civil rights without economic power are fragile. Land was taken, credit was denied, and communities were punished for organizing. So the response was not charity, it was self-determination, building cooperatives, protecting land, sharing ownership, and creating institutions rooted in the people most affected. Now, does that sound familiar? The same truth shows up in reentry work. People come home having served their time, and they face closed doors to jobs, housing, capital, and civic life. Punishment does not end, it just changes form. And like the Federation's founders, you understand that freedom without economic stability is really not freedom. That is why, as I've heard all day long, the strongest reentry work goes beyond services. It builds pathways to ownership. worker cooperatives, community enterprises, mutual aid, and collective solutions. This is a shift from managing people to trusting people. Both movements reject the idea that impacted communities are problems to be solved. Instead, they insist that those closest to harm must be closest to solutions. Black farmers were not beneficiaries of a federation, they were leaders. In the same way, formerly incarcerated people are not just program participants, they are organizers, they are founders, and they are visionaries. Economic democracy matters here, not just a strategy, but as a repair. Cooperative models restore dignity, shared responsibility, and belonging. Ownership says you matter, your voice counts, and your future is tied to the community. Both traditions also take the long view. I heard that over and over too. It won't happen overnight. The Federation did not chase quick wins. It built institutions meant to last. Reentry work demands the same patience because rebuilding trust, stability, and belonging is infrastructure work. This is not about comparing struggles. We got enough of those. We don't have to compare. It's enough to go around. We don't have to compare. It's about recognizing a shared lineage, a lineage that teaches us freedom must be built, not granted. Ownership is a form of justice. Collective power outlasts individual success, as Mr. Atkinson said. The Federation shows us what happens when what happens when communities refuse to disappear. Your work shows us what happens when people refuse to be defined by the worst moment of their lives. This is shared work. This is sacred work. I want to thank you for letting me be here. Thank you, Daryl. I want to acknowledge to you that this is work you get up every day to do. This is work that you work along people who are too often written off. I celebrate you. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you. Oh, wow. All right, all right. Okay, you want me to sit now, son?
Yeah, you can sit now.
Okay. Is it on?
You can turn it on. Any questions for the elders? This is our opportunity. Yes, ma'am. Yes, she brought book copies. We brought copies of the book.
I have books. I have books.
Look, they for sale though, y'all. Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay, I'm coming to you, Mr. Mead.
I'm tempted to ask you to tell me a story about Daryl. That's what I'm really tempted to ask you about. But the thing that I'm very interested in, when you mentioned about you had a classmate, right, that was murdered. Were there any people in particular whose tenacity or willingness to stand up in the face of racism, other than your dad, that actually moved you or had an impact in your life and how you raised your children?
Oh, absolutely. I want to say that I had classmates who actually integrated the schools in Alabama and got that decision overturned. I don't know how many of you have heard Gomillion versus Lightfoot.
They've heard it from me.
Okay. That happened in Tuskegee. Dr. Gamillion challenged the mayor, Livingston, because he was gerrymandering us out of the voting population. And that went all the way to the Supreme Court. They started again, y'all. The gerrymandering has started again. And this was a landmark decision. So that's why it's never over.
We got Jay over here. I'm coming to Jay. He got a question.
I had a question. You mentioned, so we dealing with the same fight. It's a different day and age, but the same fight. What kind of advice do you have for the younger generation as far as how to go about moving forward in this new day and age dealing with this same fight? Advice or tips or anything like that.
You know what? I sometimes, Desmond wanted a story about Daryl. I often think, I have told Daryl, I said, you would have loved growing up back then. And he would have. You know, some people are just built for this. What I would like to say is that to get involved, I looked around, and that's why I'm so glad I'm here. I thought, where are they? Because, I mean, I'm old. Well, I'm a little older, okay? And I wondered, who's doing it now? You're doing it now. So please get engaged with even existing organizations. Everybody can't be a leader, but you can have an impact in joining other groups. And I always say, regardless of where you are, when you have the opportunity, throw your gauntlet down and speak for righteousness. Everybody can't be in front, but we all have a role to play. We all have a role to play. Desmond, let me tell you a story. See, when we were in Epps, Alabama, and has anyone been there? Have you been to the Federation of Southern Cooperatives? You have, Doctor. Okay. When we got there, we were real young, in our 20s. Daryl was about 4. And when we went to the research area, there were nothing but trailers in a circle. And my first thought, oh my gosh, we're in a commune. And so then, but what we found were some of the most educated people from different backgrounds who made it a point just to come to the rural South and make a difference. We did agriculture, we did herd health management, we did greenhouses, and I helped to start a health center there. So we did a lot of things. And the research center is still there, yes. And so Daryl was about 4, Desmond, when we got there. He was perfectly happy, running up and down. But what I did not realize is the impact that made on Daryl. And Eric was only 18 months, so he doesn't remember much about it. But the impact that it had, you might not think children are listening and looking, but here we are in 2026 talking about a similar kind of experience after all this time. Yeah.
So this question would be for Daryl and not you, ma'am.
Okay.
And it would be, Daryl, where in the world did you get her from? This was outstanding, outstanding.
I can't see who it is.
It was Dennis right here.
Dennis, that's you? Give him the mic.
No, I was asking this question for Daryl, and I asked him, where in the world did he get you from?
Well, you know what?
You're outstanding.
I thought he was going to make me introduce myself. And I was going to say that I was God-given vessel for them. For them. Yeah.
First, I want to say God bless you.
Thank you.
It is just an inspiration to see you up there and hear your story and how you raise your children in the movement and how you continue to fight. My question for you is, what advice would you give women who want to create change today? And how did you continue the work without losing yourself in the process?
Initially, I must be transparent, because when I was in my 20s, when we went, I kind of got lost in the work. And then I had to reestablish the fact that I had a family, and and owed them also my attention. You can get so caught up in the work that you tend to forget because you're so passionate about it. And so that was the first thing. So I had to re-examine myself and really get myself firmly, give a firm foundation of where I wanted to go. Because at the time, I think I could have stayed there for a long time, missing paychecks and going out there and didn't know if we were going to get paid that month. And yeah, but their father said, no, we can't keep doing this. We do have a family, and we have a home. So it's really reestablishing values. What would I tell women? Look at this room. Look at the movement makers in this room. Look at the women in this room. I'd say just keep doing what you're doing. I have been so proud of you, just listening to you. It doesn't have to be me. Just listening to you, I have been so proud. And I think when Irma said she was working with a vegetable, I said, oh, God, we're back to agriculture, because we're losing our land, y'all. We're losing our black farms. We're losing our land. And it was just so good to hear her say that. So I would say just keep doing what you're doing. That doesn't mean there won't be times that become a little frightening for you. Because I've heard in all your situations, when you're placing yourself out there, you don't know what's coming back at you. But stay together. And sometimes when you are a group, instead of just one, then you have a force behind you. Yeah. Now, Daryl, you have to stop me. Oh, okay.
I really, really appreciate everything that you're pouring into us, so thank you so much. Recently, I was able to go to Uruguay and see a federation of cooperatives, and to be able to think about it in a different type of way, because we do cooperative building, and a lot of times you think it's like, okay, that's separate building infrastructure, but they were explaining how the critical mass is really coming from this federation of cooperative being the second largest organization in this country, and then the union being the largest and the student movement being the third largest, and then together them, being able to overcome a dictator, and when they align around things and build coalition together, they're able to get a lot of things done. So I have a two-part question is, and I'll say from that, I was like, oh, this is what Daryl and Christy are talking about with a federation, okay. And so my two-part question is, one, what are your thoughts on how the Federation of Southern Cooperatives fit in the larger social movement infrastructure? And my second part of the question is, what do you think makes a federation like a success?
A federation to succeed? Sticking together. Because while we were at work, there were so many forces trying to pit one against the other. And it didn't even have to happen internally. Remember, you got a whole external world around you out there. Forces trying to pit one against the other. And it was so critical. I think it was Monica and Eric were talking about, because the first thing they try to do is go after you about money.
Yep.
They tried to go after you about money and say that you misuse your money. The Federation still exists today. It started in 1967. We got there in the 70s. And I was so pleased to see that it is still operational. Now, they've had some hard times. They went after them about money. But they got through that. But what happened in the aftermath is that you get negative press, okay? And then there goes your trust issue. And I think that's what was being discussed earlier. Because when you start getting negative press, Raul, whether it's true or not, you get negative press. And people don't trust you anymore. And that's what you have to guard against. Yes. It's still thriving. In fact, I saw that they had a co-op in Hawaii now. A co-op in Hawaii. How far we've come. So they spread out from rural black farms in Alabama and Mississippi. And they did a lot of voter work, a lot of voter education, and registration. Yeah. And a lot of protest march and a lot of organizing, y'all. I think each one of us in our way was an organizer.
I'm gonna try to tie together some themes that I've heard, right? Because we kept y'all here a long day, and we want to give you a little bit of leisure time, and thank you for your attendance. Some themes that I've heard. I heard people buying property in the Great Depression when they barely had 2 quarters to put together. Monica Landry talked about creating a reserve. I think it might be one of our policies for every grant we get, we putting some back, right? No matter whether you think you can or not, because you can. If people can buy property in the 1930s when they barely had 2 quarters to put together, we can put some reserves back, right? The other thing I heard is unity, a fist. We know that nonprofit scrutiny around compliance, around maintaining your status, around whether you're using the money right, around lobbying, these things are at their highest. That scrutiny is at their highest. But if we remain as a fist, they can't isolate no one single organization, right? We become a fist. It isn't just one on top that can be brought down that will bring the whole movement down. So we got to stay together. And obviously, y'all can see why I listen to black women. That ain't never been hard to me. Are there any closing questions before we close out this section and give y'all back some of y'all time? I'm coming to you, Monica. My heart is full. When I was thinking about this day, because see, I don't know about you all, I practice visualization. I go and think about how that thing is going to exactly play out, right? Whether I'm in court, whether I'm at the legislature, whether I'm in movement spaces, and this is beyond my wildest dreams. And it's because of y'all, right? And so I thank y'all for that. Monica, I'm coming to you for you get the last word. Monica says she wants you to go on the road, an entire conference for you.
Tasha, I'm going on the road with my daughter, Tasha.
All right, all right. Can y'all give my mom a hand?
Come on, you gotta do the picture, Grandma.
Why not?
Because it's you and Darren, and then yeah.
You gotta come. Okay.
Aw. Eric, would you like to come up and get a picture with your mom, please? And then we can, and the daughters, Kia and Tasha, Addie, Mr. Liggins, come on, get a good family photo. Africana, y'all coordinated. Come on, Sunburst. Take them badges off. That's what we tell the police. That's what we tell the police at the protest. Take that badge off. You know I'm stupid. You know I'm laughing. Oh, come put the music on. Yeah. All right. Come on, Jason. We're gonna close out. Me, you, and Jason. Second Chance Federation.
I'm so proud of you.
Huh? Oh, your purse.
You've done well.
All right, y'all. We have come to the end of our time, end of our program. We appreciate y'all so much for hanging with us, for building with us. There's a scripture in the Bible where God is speaking to Isaiah, and he told him he's doing a new thing. We're doing a new thing. We cannot continue to do the same things expecting a different result, because that's the definition of insanity. So we're about to do a new thing, right? Create pathways of leadership for our people, find our folks, scale the movement, meet their needs. Join us, and thank you for joining us today. Y'all got anything to say?
I'll just say we opened with talking about organizing and the importance of relationships. Take some time today to speak to somebody you don't know and build those relationships. It's been fundamental in this work. It's been fundamental in starting this effort. So just take some time to speak to somebody before you leave.
And the only thing I'll say is just thank you, everyone, for coming. We didn't know if anyone would show up. We didn't. We were like, are they going to show up? Will we be an empty room? And so we are very appreciative of those who navigated TSA and clear lines and all of the stuff that happens, getting your bags checked. Definitely appreciate you all for navigating this ghetto of America with us today. It's very ghetto here. Both of my brothers have moved out of the country. I'm staying. I'm going to be one of the people who stayed, Miss Barbara. Or I'm going to stay, but I'm going to name that we could be other places doing other things. But we are here, and that's because we are committed. And so we appreciate your commitment. We love every single one of you. And we couldn't do this without you. And we hope that you will join the Federation as members, because we know that that collective power and that collective punch. And if you look at our logos, it's a fist for a reason. Fist in the air for the Federation, but a fist in your face for the C4, right? Because we serious about not just build. What's the point of building power if you're not going to use it? We're not a club because we pick fights. All right? And we are here to fight with you all. We hope that you're here to fight with us. And just thank you, thank you, thank you. Donate, yes, thank you. We forgot, we so new, we forgot to ask for money. But yes, donate, but also, as Jason said, if you don't know someone here today, this room is full of every single person that you ever would need to meet. They have the answers and the solutions. There are policy people here. There are community people here. There are people who I smoked crack with and we got clean together here. Like, this is a room full of amazing, amazing people that have turned the corner. So I'm going to let you all go now. Thank you. Safe travels. We love you. And then Christian, the three of us are going to take a quick picture. Thank you.